the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. No. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
It is a beautiful day to step in on NLC once again. 2024 Summer Split. We're hitting week 6, day 1, so we are about to end the split. So every game counts. The teams are so close to each other. And to join in at the desk, I have a special surprise for everybody. You thought it would be Hiprain, but it's not. It's the man with the plan. It's Veteran, and also J Real. Join us. How you doing?
Thank you very much, Archer, for the intro. Yeah, I'm here on Div 1. I've been on Div 2 for a while. I've got a few players here that I know and love, so I'm very much excited to be here on the main channel Div 1 broadcast.
Veteran, join us.
What's up? I'm always happy to be here, always happy to be on the desk. I get to do desk and casting this time around. I also love, by the way, that you assumed anybody read the tweet and expected Hiprain to be on that site. That's beautiful. All right. More faith in the system than I do. But I am here, guys, and I know you're happy to see it. All of you.
Also, I'd like to introduce other people, just so you are aware. Duckling is going to be on the broadcast. We love him very much, but we're not allowed to show his face due to concerns for your safety back at home. Moving on with this one, for you back at home, if you want to join the league, well, there's a fantasy league just for you. So head on to social media and sign up. What you can do is you pick your own team, you decide who's going to win, and if you're lucky and if you're that good, you'll be able to get these prizes, the first, the second, and the third one, all presented by SteelSeries. I don't know if you're aware, but SteelSeries Nova 7, it's wireless and it has Bluetooth. And if you have no idea where we stand right now in the league, might as well show you the top 5 players from the previous week. Well, let's see if it's ready yet again. Build Kituru Canalix Nata and Element.
Wow.
This is rigged! It's the 3rd week!
So, it sounds like there's a few good choices here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised but not surprised, right? Because it's not like Ruddy are completely dominating top of the standings, but when they are dominating with really heavy skirmish, really heavy team fight. They're really good at countering your ability to 5-on-5, so it makes sense that they're able to accumulate points and be a part of a deck such as this with the way that fantasy normally works. So actually happy to see Nata doing this. Nata's normally a bit of a one-split wonder, but that one split is always an insane wonder to have. If you're gonna have it in summer. Right? That's what really counts when it comes towards next offseason. Everyone's looking and everyone's scouting. So, kind of insane to see that. But it also makes perfect sense, right? Makes perfect sense.
We'll talk about it further on, but I'm just going to let you know that there's a big possibility of Ruddy just locking in first place with no contestation. Like, they are playing their minds off. But, is my desk prepared for this day? Might as well test him through fire with the game show. I know Duckling wants to play it, so I have a special surprise for you, Duckling. You can watch. So this is going to be Who Wants to Be Challenger NLC edition. The first one to raise his hand will be able to get the answer first, okay? And if you get it wrong, Veteran, the other person can still try. So you're not allowed to just raise your hand and just say something out of the blue. I'm going to present you with a question.
You're just changing the rules out of nowhere now. Right?
No, I'm presenting the rules. This is the first game show of Summer Split, by the way. So I'll present you with 4 options. You'll pick one. If it's correct, you'll get a point. If not, your adversary will be able to take this opportunity. We have 5 questions. Let's start this one. First one. Which team loses the most turrets during a game? A. Ruddy. B. Nativz. C. Blue White. Or D. Verdant. J Real, I saw your hand. I don't know if I'm
mistaken. Is it Verdant? I'm gonna go D. Verdant.
Do you want to lock in Verdant?
Yeah, I'm gonna lock in Verdant. That's gonna be my take.
Well, that's a good start because that's actually correct. Verdant with 8.8 somehow. They're losing a lot of turns, not even close to the second place. Moving on to the second question, J Real with 1.
My hand was raised first. You said nothing about raising arms.
Damn! That's on me. I'm gonna keep my eyes on you. From the bottom, or as some other leagues call it, AD carry. Which player deals the most amount of damage per minute? Free Fresh, MKR, X-Drop, or Ecstasy? I see a hand on Veteran. Veteran, it's on you. Tell me.
I am actually gonna say Fruity Fresh.
Of all the answers, if it was not Fruity Fresh, who would you pick?
Probably Ecstasy.
That would be a good guess, but you want to lock in A?
Yeah, I'll actually lock it in. I have a good reason for
And
it. I have a good reason.
Oh, tell me.
Because the guy that is the guy that has been slamming Aurelion, Soul, Ziggs, these kinds of like heavy AP mage champs, really long poke, and also his team isn't the best at closing out games, so he probably has a really elongated game time. Ecstasy plays a lot of Jinx, but doesn't have the elongated game time because his team normally smurfs, and the Zir would probably take a large amount of the damage share. X-Drop could easily have done it because his game time is long, because Verdant aren't that good at closing games. So maybe that's probably more likely than Ecstasy, but like Ecstasy plays like Jinx and all that stuff, so that's probably going to be more of a default one. But I go with Fruity Fresh just because like if you're slamming down Ace on stuff like this and you're having troubles closing games, probably a large amount of damage per minute.
I'm glad you're close to the kitchen because that is good cooking and that is the correct answer, by the way. Fruity Fresh is the correct answer. I'm going to give you a point. That could be like 1.1 point, but I'm not allowed because I'm not the ruler of this show. I'm just saying, only if it was Duckling.
Duckling just said, by the way, in my ear that was really impressive. So I'm actually stuck in the Discord with him during.
When you're listening to Duckling in bringing reasoning to the man. Like, hey, I'm gonna give you one more point just because of that. Third question, let's move on. Which player is the solo killing king with 11 solo kills in this split? Alex, Bucci, Elijah, Okiturukan. J-Real, was that like an entire race?
I went in early. And then I was like, wait, and then but I was ready. I'm gonna go A
like
Alex.
this, and I'm
gonna slam A Alex. I'm putting it in.
Okay.
Hey Alex, man. Okay, like I need some people to make a wrong decision. Like, do you want to lock it in?
Yeah, I'm locking it in. Lisa and Alex Gaib. Like, of course it's him. You know what I mean?
Obviously, that is a beautiful. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Oh!
It's. Tell me, Veteran.
Elijah.
Is that a reasoning behind it? Because I'm actually like I'm into the lore now.
I got a reasoning, but I want you to tell me I'm correct first before I say it.
Oh, you're actually correct. It is Elijah. Elijah is the solo king. Why?
I know I'm correct. Why? Because I heard an exasperated gasp from a Danish lover in my ear, and Elijah's Danish. I have socially engineered my answer here. Now he's literally screaming Denmark in my ear.
Duckling wanted to be part of a gaming show so much, he's actually influencing you so he can be part of it. I'm just letting you know that. Like, oh gosh, that kid has power. Fourth question on the show. What champion has been picked out the most during Summer Split? Picked out. Sejuani, Tristana, Rel, or Corki? Yes, J-Real.
I'm going to send it on D, Corki. I feel like Tristana gets banned a lot. Oh, it could be Rel, but no, I'm going to stick with my first answer. You can't change when you're gambling for it, so I'm going to go Corki, D, Corki. That's the bet.
Ever since he has been buffed, he has been on every single game possible, but somehow it's still not the correct answer. Close one, by the way, really close one. So it's not Corki, Veteran. Is that a Danish thing screaming at your ear?
Well, I mean, there's nothing Danish here, but it's Rel, right?
It is Rel. It is Rel. Indeed, good sir.
Twist gets banned all the time. Twist gets banned all the time.
Yes. Sejuani has been big,
would
but
be
not
the other
that
one,
much.
but like, yeah, like the thing is, Sejuani would be the other one, but I think that's more of like an LEC and other leagues thing that I'm getting influenced by, because I can't actually think of the Sedge players in the NLC now that I think about it, but I'm very sure it's still popular.
23 times, almost every single game, by the way.
Jesus.
That's a lot. So keep that in mind as soon as we jump into picks and bans. But jumping into the last one, this could be a J-Real. I don't know how due to math, but which team drops the most wards? Ruddy, LLS, DMG, or Nord? Like, this is a curveball. And someone will have to pick it.
All right, I'll send it first. I'll send it first.
Nah, Veteran raised his hand first. Okay. I'm so sorry. Right. That was a close one. Tell me, who do you think drops the most wards?
So I'm gonna go with DMG, and DMG DMG and Ruddy are both really well coached, but Ruddy is coached by a guy who's part of a clique that believes that pink wards are overbought. So I'm pretty sure that DMG would be more traditionally coached in the sense that they would spam more wards. Now, I don't know about Nord. Nord has Memento, but I also... it could be Nord. If it's not DMG, it's Nord.
So lock in one. Lock in one. Tell me.
DMG. I'll go DMG.
DMG he locks it in. And all of a sudden, it is the wrong one. So, Veteran.
Very good at this, by the way.
Okay, I feel like I want to go with like Veteran said Nord it should be, but I feel like I'm gonna play that maybe you thought about this a little bit more and you've gone 400 IQ and you've chosen light side because they're gonna light up their side of the map. So I'm gonna go for LLS.
Man. Like, that is right, not even Zach could stretch himself so much with that one. It is not the correct answer. Because they have to get that vision. They have to get that vision
like,
so they
honestly,
move any inch.
I should have said Nord. Yeah, like I should have said Nord, because I've worked with Memento, and Memento kept talking about wall placements, and I remember there was one time where, like, Vander was arguing that he didn't have to put, like, not Vander, sorry, it was Noscano at the time, that he didn't have to put vision in one place because he already knew what was happening there. And I remember that argument specifically, so Memento would have that tendency. Yeah.
So with that in mind, Veteran wins the show. And that means, Veteran, you hold 100% win rate of Summer Split Game Show. We had one.
Easy. I couldn't have done it without Duckling being unable to contain himself.
Contain himself. I love it. Now that you know a little bit more about the teams back at home, you already can join the Fantasy League, but also I'll let you know how the league is standing right now. At first place, obviously, as we've been talking about and discussing, Ruddy stealing it in with 8-2, followed by Division Nord, DMG tied up with them, but Venom Crest out on the Shadow. Talking about the Shadow, we have the Lightford LLS 5-5, Verdant following it up, and Nativz and Blue Whites at the bottom of the table, while Blue Whites are still searching for their first victory. Now, this is week 6. We're about to end the entire split. Might as well show you the possibilities we still have at hand. And with this in mind, I would like to discuss a little bit about it. Veteran and Jay will help me on this one, because it seems like the first place, it's kind of locked in, but the rest of it, it's still open for debate. So let's show the foldy, like the paper, the everything.
Wow.
Okay. Math lovers, they're gonna be all over this. But people that don't like maths, this is a little bit techie, I will say. But I think that Ruddy, obviously, like, they have 60% chance of getting first. So obviously the maths checks out, right? Over 50% likelihood of getting that. But I feel like there's still chance, right? There's still a lot of slip-ups. There's still a lot of crazy potential. For me personally, and maybe this is just a little bit of a crazy one, but the race for 4th place is where I'm at, because there's a lot of teams that are kind of competing for that 4th, 5th spot that I think could really, really take over the hill. I'll be honest, Nativz, I don't know if I'm a believer. Like, it's not in the favor, but if you want to make it happen, you got a 0.61% chance. Blue Whites, you're here for the fun. You need to just try and get some people out. You need to try and mess up some people's schedules, try and tape down a peg or two.
Veteran, tell me more. I want to get your tweets.
So I don't think reading numbers requires any mathematical skill whatsoever. But I think when it comes to all of that, for me, the big thing is that nobody is making so much of a differentiation right now within that top 4. Like, yes, the odds severely favor Ruddy, but Ruddy getting first in regular does not mean, for me, looking at that Ruddy are a lock for first in playoffs. And for me, that's still the most important thing. The fact that we have a fairly solidified top 2, top 3, and then like a fight for 4th, that's the most interesting part of the whole thing for me there, right? For me, it's kind of whatever what the top 3 end up going into. Maybe Nord get first, maybe Ruddy get first. For me, playoffs is still completely wide open, and that's the big thing. Except for Blue Whites, you're out.
So when we look into this and the map we still have ahead, my question to you folks is, without a doubt, Ruddy are making playoffs if they win today. So they're locking in playoffs. My question to you is, who do you believe is going to join them out of your reasoning? Forget the numbers. I want your reasoning behind that. Because we could have some surprises with the way the standings are right now.
Okay. Do you want to go first, Veteran?
Okay, yeah, so Nord DMG are pretty much a lock. I think Verdant will outscale Venom Crest and Lungvid's Light Side because the manner of their losses has been much closer than even like the manner of the wins that the other two teams have been getting, right? Those teams, when they start losing, they lose to a much greater extent than Verdant do. Verdant have challenged teams like, for example, the Nord game. They literally got every single tower down, right? And then they lost. Like this kind of stuff. This is like, I think Verdant for me are like the team that could easily break through. They're a couple of steps away, very small steps away from being one of the best teams in the league. And also shout outs to X-Drop, of course.
I think for me personally, I definitely hear what Veteran is saying. I think that Verdant definitely have a chance to make it back. There's still a lot of games left to be played and still a lot of things that can happen. But I do think, for me, the top four is probably going to remain that top four because I feel like DMG and Nord, they've been looking really, really strong across their games. Ruddy, I'm pretty sure, are just going to take number one. But Venom Crest, for me, I feel like I've looked like one of the most impressive teams where I think realistically, they could have got a couple more wins here and there and maybe been 8-2 at this point. So for me, I think Venom Crest are going to take that fourth spot. So unlucky LLS and Verdant in my prediction.
It's interesting because I agree and I see the reasoning behind everyone, and I agree in the same statement of Veteran. I think that Verdant are one step away from unlocking their full potential, and I'm kind of biased, obviously, but I think X-Drop is on a different level. Like that man is different.
I also think if they hit playoffs, they'll do really well. Like, if you can take 12 towers off of a team... if you can lose 12 towers and then win anyway, I mean, I'm sorry, that's fortitude right there. And playoffs is going to go to the team that keeps their mental fortitude across a longer series of games. And in BO1s, I have examples that Verdant are a team like that. I really don't have that many examples for other teams. I feel like Ruddy are more likely to collapse under pressure than Verdant will. It would be almost a reverse of that Verdant super team lineup that we saw last year at around the same time in terms of characteristics.
I agree. It's about time we get to see the schedule as well. As I say goodbye to you, Veteran, and thank you so much for joining for the pre-show. Unfortunately, you have to go deal with him.
Oh, no. No!
And he's gone. Lost in the Danish world with Duckling. Blue Whites will face off Nativz on the first game. Verdant versus Ruddy on the second one. Venom Crest versus DMG will take the third one. And to end up the day, North, the War team versus Light Side. All games mattered a lot to every single part of the standings. Blue Whites have to take away this game versus Nativz. Not only that will be their first victory, but also they'll pull Nativz down on the standings. And look at this beautiful Veteran.
Oh, hello. I'm Veteran. How's it going, everybody? No, man, I don't know what happened. Literally, my microphone, I just for a peek behind the curtain, my microphone was working fine. And then the 2 minutes before we go live, it just muted itself on my computer. And I don't know how it happened, but fixed. I'm glad to be back. I'm sad I missed the game. Because I think J-Roll might have had a more fair shot at it if I was playing. He probably would have scored a few more points.
I know what happened to your microphone. He was confused about your predictions, so let's take a peek at them before he actually mutes himself again. Hey, Brain, I know you cook.
Nah.
I know you cook.
And I got.
There's your prediction.
I got perfect
There's your prediction
last week. I got
champion
perfect
select.
Points. Oh, right, champ select. Let's have a look at what we're going to see going into this. The Rumble ban, nothing particularly unexpected. Rengar obviously being a bit of a target ban coming in here, but we got to look at what's like the kind of power picks that are up and available. Things like this Cassante, the Skarner. Obviously, this new Volibear build, pretty strong. I'm surprised to see it getting banned prior to champions like Corki and Tristana as well, but there goes the Jinx. A very interesting ban phase from Nativz to start off
but
with.
the Rengar as well. I had a conversation today with Custom, and he shed some light into a plan they had. I'm not going to reveal it because something is not happening. Yeah, I'm not leaking because it's not happening, but I have a lot of information regarding what could happen in this game, and I'm just going to let you both know that Custom was really hyped about this game. He believes this is the game. The one is coming home. Like, he was heavy stated that this is the game for Blue Whites. They're feeling more comfortable, and this should be it. I have some other picks that I believe are going to be picked, 2 of them for Custom, but until we get there, I'm going to be, silent and blind as well, just letting you know.
Yeah, so far, okay, you're alluding to a lot there, Archer, so I definitely get what you're picking up. But either way, I feel like the Volibear being banned isn't crazy, right? I think the Highbridge has looked really, really strong on the pick in general, so why take the risk and give them something that is so powerful when you kind of can set yourselves up a little bit better? And I feel like for me, I was talking to Pinnacle about this before I came on, like, I want to see Blue Whites just send it, you know? Go for some stuff that's a little bit crazy. I picked them in my selection today. I gave them a point, because I do believe at some point the wall will break down. They will get that win. They started off with Corki, it's very standard, and they're already now playing into that Tristana Ashe, so there is a lot of power Natives have picked up immediately that could be a little bit detrimental.
Yeah, now obviously looking to kind of fulfill some of that AP obligation with the Corki obviously being slightly flexible, but typically we do see it go into that mid lane. Picking up the Carthus can obviously have a lot of impacts on the map regardless because of that ultimate, but incredibly fast clearer using the, I've forgotten the name of the item now. Fated Ashes, that's the one. With the Fated Ashes, seeing a lot of AD picks coming in across the board, I wouldn't be surprised to see Highbridge pick up something like a Lilia. Obviously, the Zyra has been banned away, so I feel like an AP jungler is where they go, but they go for the Udyr. Okay, now, is technically flexible. I expect to see that go down in the jungle, though, for Highbridge, and I'm a little lost right now because I was not expecting an Udyr to show up.
I don't know, that could go top, that could be a spicy one. I'm just letting you know also that Catfish is the coach for the team of Blue Whites. In the previous time they met, he was playing mid lane with the Shen, not with Custom. Will it be different? Like, this is an interesting one, as Leon is going to be removed, so we're taking a peek at that support champion pool. J-Real, are you surprised yet, or do we need to spice it more?
It's been pretty standard. Like, I will say the Udyr, obviously a little bit different. I am a little bit surprised they went for that, but I guess if you play Volibear, playing Udyr isn't that strange. It's not really that different a champion in general. Maybe I'm about to get cooked by that one in the comments, but I feel like realistically, you run at people, you stun them, you do some damage, you know, that's kind of the energy of the champion. So I think it's kind of going well for what they've already set up, but also it works well with things like the Ashe, right? You get the long range stun, you then get Udyr, they just can't get Udyr off of you. But I do want to see a little bit more hard engage coming out from Nativz. I feel like something in the bot lane that could really work with the Ashe, maybe obviously the Leona band, but maybe something like a Nautilus, maybe even something a little bit cheeky like a Thresh could come in pretty clutch.
Yeah, obviously, you could keep in mind that this Ashe could potentially be a flex pick here and go as a support. Hence the support bans coming out from Nativz. They're not willing to give up on that. They could see what the next election's going to be, decide if this Ashe is going for space or for ball, and then keeping the Tristana flex alive as well, because it could just be Trist Ashe bot lane. Not sure that's the greatest bot lane duo between the pair of them, but it is an option available to them. Right now, their options on the side of Nativz, it's very hard to choose what's going where. If this is going to be an Udyr jungle, has a relatively fast clear, but the big thing versus Udyr versus Karthus is Karthus is going to clear quite a bit quicker, but Udyr is going to have dueling potential. That's what Pantheon! Go on, Archer. You talk. It's your turn now.
Give it to me! We talked about this, and Vol was the MVP on the first match, so I believe he's gonna take this one with Press the Attack. He has been buffed so much. We did a patch review for Pantheon on the top lane as well. You can build him as Bruiser, tankish. You can get 400 AD with more than 4,000 HP. I'm just letting you know. I don't know who's cooking, but I'm happy.
I actually kind of want to see this support. I think that's like a kill lane there. You get the Ashe, you get the Pantheon, you have a lot of sticking power. They go for a top lane assignment which can absorb pressure up top side. I want to see Hybris play towards this bot side. You've got so much set up in an Ashe Pantheon to set up just a whole bunch of kills. I mean, it's Seraphine Ezreal. Ezreal, even if it's a point and click stun from the Pantheon, right? Like, even if he shifts away, the stun will still connect. The Ashe can stick to him. The Udyr can come in with the it's the boar stance now, isn't it? Not the bear stance. Yeah. So
I thought it was a ram.
Is it boar?
It's a ram. It's
Sorry,
a ram. It's a ram.
Ram stance. I don't play this champion. But yeah, I mean, so my main issue right now for Nativz is they have a lot of AD damage. Now, Udyr can go AP. I think this is more going to be the kind of hybrid tanky build coming out from him. So it's going to be a lot of AD damage coming in from Nativz. There's a Malphite versus you. Malphite loves stacking armor. So I think Blue Whites have actually set themselves up with a good damage spread. They've got frontline. They've got a tank who can pretty much easily just build into one route and not really have to diversify out of armor. You got the shielding to kind of survive through. So if you can survive this Ashe Pantheon lane, I actually have some faith in Blue Whites here because I think their draft is actually really, really solid versus what Nativz are going to be looking to do, which is snowball very, very fast through this bot lane.
But
Yeah, I think they also have a really nice way to navigate a lot of the things that Nativz want to do, right? Like Nativz, they have a lot to set up for a team fight, right? The Ashe are all going to come in. The Pantheon can kind of drop the Grand Starfall, right, to get in the mix of the fight, right? They have a lot of ways so they can kind of make things happen that Udyr obviously can just run in. But I like that there's a kind of a bit of a flip from Blue Whites where they can play poke, they can play long range, right, with the Seraphine, the Ezreal. They also have a little bit with the Corki as well, but then they can also have that rebuttal of heavy engage with that Malphite, also the Encore too. So I really like how Blue Whites have set themselves up here. I will say I would have really loved to see Rammus instead of Malphite, just because I think it would have absolutely imploded the comp coming in from Nativz. But you know what, Malphite, it's really solid against all armor. So at the moment, I'm feeling happy about my prediction.
Blue Whites have a really good team, but on the other side, they have a Pantheon, so it's on to toss it to the casters. Duckling a veteran. Oh, I want to this one. Bring it in, baby. Woo! What's in the bell?
What? Veteran, are you okay? What? First of all, what do we just witness on the analyst there? Second of all, Veteran, I haven't heard him speak ever since the lack of a Gwen lock-in from Nativz, and I assume this is what has caused
I'm
this
sad because
disturbance.
I'm with you. I was happy on the desk. I was happy.
No.
It's going so well, man.
You were always
also,
with me. I was in your ear. I was living rent-free in your head while you were playing the game, you know that?
Yeah, great. Well, yeah, I know. I remember. The rest of the day hasn't been very good either, okay? I remember, all right? Gwen was available, and Theoloris has played it this split. Not entirely sure why. Going last pick, he saw the Malphite and was like, "This is a banging Aatrox game." Even though we're already kind of full AD, not really. Udyr isn't really. I mean, I guess they figured that's probably enough, given the damage mix they already have. And honestly, it might be. Like, you do have decent shred coming in from the Panth. You have really good build options here. LDR's always being insane. The Udyr's going to carry a large amount of their AP, and yeah, I mean, Malphite might not actually be enough here, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. There are a lot of aspects of Malphite that are a bit overrated. Blue Whites have come out with another easy-to-play composition, right? Kind of a Death Bully composition. This team groups together. You can see how it should feel invincible, but seeing every Blue Whites game, you'll be surprised how paper it can look sometimes in the long hands. Like, Tristana solo here could easily get solo kills. Ashe Pantheon's an insane, very aggressive bot lane. They can grab 2v2 kills. Malphite's not even going to be factored in by the time these guys are snowballing, and they'll probably always have options to play away from the Malphite. Not to play away from the Karthus necessarily, or we'd play away from the Malphite to Karthus. They'll force into skirmishes as they're 1v1 2v2ing, as they're going for neutrals, etc, etc. And if Karthus makes one wrong move and then he's out, you're probably going to be able to snowball on top. This is the standard for a Blue White's loss. But everyone seems to think that's not as in the cards as it always is. Not quite sure why. If they don't believe that a team can truly go winless throughout a split, then they ain't been watching the ERLs, have they? They ain't been watching the ERLs, because many teams have gone winless this split across the ERLs, and Blue Whites may just be another one.
And key point to remember, yes, we saw the folder sheet. You were on the desk while that was happening, of course, and
Yeah, I saw that.
0.6 chance or percentage of outcomes where Nativz end up in playoffs is obviously incredibly low and very unlikely, but I mean, it is not theoretically outside the realm of possibility unless they lose this game. So obviously there is still a lot to play for Nativz, right? You want to, at the very least, keep your chances open. We had Ruddy last split. Obviously that was a way higher chance. I think it was 4.5%, which obviously is still not a lot, but way more than 0.6% chance. So it is still a crucial game for Nativz to win. They have a lot to play for here, but would maybe also just put the pressure up on them a bit too much, where someone like Blue White who don't really have anything to lose anymore might just get the better of them.
Yeah, I mean, and also, let's be real, guys, right? That isn't their chances of making it in. Those are, in fact, just the amount of scenarios in which they get in. In reality, their odds of getting in are the same as anyone else. Absolutely zero. These guys aren't in at all. But maybe they'll make me eat my words. Artrum needs it because for some reason he was trying to make a big deal of Hiprain's guesses, but he's actually bet on Blue Whites. So you do have your believers, though he's probably switched sides to the Pantheon.
Yeah, so Current update.
Going.
We are waiting for some small technical issues to be resolved.
Ah,
Hopefully this isn't too big. I have been told it's an ever so slight delay, which seems to be a bit longer than an ever so slight delay. But hopefully we will get it sorted sooner rather than later. In the end though, have a break, have a Kit Kat. Gotta get better than now that we have the chance. I was told if this situation arose, all I need to do was ask you, Veteran, a simple question about the game, and you could waffle on for about a good 10-20 minutes. Is there anything in particular you want to elaborate your thoughts on?
well, now you're asking about my thoughts rather than about the game, right? Which is much more complex of a scenario. Because I was considering about the game, was anticipating potentially a game-related question, and now the VMix guy is like too far. We're just starting the game.
Thank you, VMix guy. Let's get into the game.
Hang on.
And we're on the riff for the first of 4 games here today. This is the last of 4 games remaining for both of these teams. Nativz playoff chances are lower than they've ever been, 0.6% chance, but if they win this game, maybe they will rise by just a little bit. Maybe in the end of today it will be 99% faith, 1% chance. Just before anything exciting starts happening here, I did actually have a genuine question about you, Veteran. How's your Geoguessr grind going? Don't give me a full explanation, just a short little update on how you're doing.
Honestly, I actually haven't played Geoguessr in like 2 weeks.
Damn. That's
Yeah,
disappointing.
I've been. So what happened was that for my birthday. Hello.
Yeah?
No, it looked like Bull was going to go for a big level 1. It looks like they're going for some kind of an extremely shallow invade. Not quite. This is a.
He spotted
There's
them.
some intricacies going on here.
They know
want to
this is
get,
happening. Let's see how
Yeah.
this plays out, though. MK and
win
Egans,
level
they
1.
get the root on space, and yeah, not much ends up coming out of it. It's simply more just a small trade. Egans gets a bit of gold. Hybrid will look to steal the Raptors away, though, just to kick us off here in game number 1. Funnily enough, thinking about the game, right? You guys played with Ashram in terms of the most picked champion, Rill. Not locked in this game, but both Tristana and Corgi have been picked up for the mid lane matchup. I want to keep my eyes on this bot lane, Veteran. I want to see if Bal goes aggressive.
Sure, I wanted to keep my eyes on Ude, because I was going to say Ude has several options here to remain unchecked, but now I can't list any of those options, because he's just done one of the... They've all collapsed into one singular reality now, and he just moved straight back in towards blue buff side. So we'll get the Raptors steal away. If he doesn't go for a second invade onto that on spawn, then all he will have succeeded in doing is just resetting Carver's Raptors for him and potentially giving him a faster clear-off initial reset, and allowing him to have some kind of advantage before going. Standard, like, well, both these champions are essentially assassins now. Right? Triss becoming a longer range assassin the longer the game goes on for, thus the matchup snowballs fairly heavily in her favor. So both of them trying to set up for a potential level 2, level 3 all-in, both very incentivized to trade very heavily. Remember, all that damage on Corki is now front-loaded on towards the E. Carthus is discovered. He doesn't get those level 1 Raptors. He's going for the straight clear towards bot side, but he knows now he has a 430 Raptors and a 430 Gromp coming up at the same time, which gives him a bit more leeway about where he wants to start his clear coming out of base on the next cast, finishing red on towards Krugs. Painful. Remember, Triss doesn't have the easiest time freezing a lane like this, because she just bounces all of it off anyway with her whatever's on the E or the play-by-play. What is the name of the E?
Who should me? It's
The passive, yeah. My God, Duckling.
Yeah, that's a good question. Moving on now.
Okay, well,
moving on, though.
yeah, the path. Go on.
Which
So
ability
I'm
again? Just
the passive on her E, we've taken too long. It's awkward now. It doesn't matter. It's all in the hood. Gonna be a bit calmer for now. Like, Carthus coming out of base and moving in towards bot side. See, he's gone for an immediate reset with Amptime and Boots, and he knows he has 430 camp on top and on bot, so he can come out, do this Raptors, and if he gets contested on top side by the Ude, he can just start on his second Raptors spawn.
I think it's gonna be a kill. Oh, the flash, inch perfect from Painful to Juke the Foster Bomb. from Custom. Quest though,
Good. Oh, this is
stopping
really good.
the recall.
Yeah,
And,
because you know the next camp to come up after the Raptors is in fact going to be the Gromp from the Udyr, because that's the thing that the Udyr did on bot side. He either did Wolves or he did Gromp coming out. Carves is a bit confused right now because Carves is used to clearing everything in about 0.2 seconds. Udyr's going to trade his Gromp, but he's trying to see if he could trade the Wolves and Gromp on bot side. For that, hasn't spawned yet though, because Udyr did the blue second in towards doing Gromp or Wolves. He has to wait a bit longer for it to spawn. Now he's in that awkward position where he's worried he's going to lose Wolves there, but if he trades it for second pass Raptors, which is going to be worth more, and second pass Gromp and second pass Wolves, then he's going to win out on this trade overall. Painful wants
Who's going to win on this though? Very
whichever
even
jungler is
so far,
closer.
but the Q, good damage.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this mid lane, man, very
Yeah.
heavy trading. The question really is, who gets level 6 first? I think if Painful gets it, will be a massive spike. Still ways away on Custom, it seems. A full minion wave at the very
Look
least
at bot.
Painful.
Look at bot.
Might be
Yeah.
a bit further. Yeah, and Quest is could come from
What's
behind.
happening?
Full fight blows out here.
Yeah, because
Okay,
what's
gets
happening?
the trade. Like, we're on the verge of something happening here, veteran.
Yeah, because what's happening here, right, is we know Karthus is going to be trading those two camps down there. So Udyr is telling his mid and his bot side that they need to be in a position to potentially defend. And so when they move into that position to defend, what does Egetz do? He moves in and potentially risks trading HP with Bull, right? Knowing that if Bull says, yes, I will trade heavily with you here, I will go for an all-in, Karthus is closer to do something about it. So Karthus is being able to take both those camps. Corki traded his life away on towards the Tristana to prevent the Tristana moving into the jungle for the same thing. Karthus is able to trade the full blue side camps and now moves back into his own side again to pick up the level 3 Krugs. I don't think he got a reset Raptors, but then off of this he's going to recall, and all Udyr will have succeeded in doing is resetting his top side, which he will be then there for. What he's not going to be able to do though is be there on time for the Grubs top. He may look
Villain?
to trade the Drake for
I think
it.
this is...
Yeah.
Oh, the bomb.
No, he's alive.
Needed
He's
one
alive.
more auto.
He's alive. He's all good in the hood. He's all good in the hood. He is alive. He's done his job more or less, because now it's not a good idea for Painful to try to prevent Karthus, but Karthus does have an exit thing. Painful, you went a bit
Painful?
too far forward. Should just be a double. Should just
W
be a double.
available. Just needs to use it. Will do so well. To get out, and here comes Hybrids. The flash comes out from Custom to escape. Rotation up from Egetz as the damage goes on to Quest. Hybrids look to call the fight here as Ball. Rotating up as well. Maybe in the extended play, this Pantheon. This assassin support can do some damage. Finds the W onto Quest, but the shielding is good enough. Painful though with the autos cutting through. Finds the first blood. Now though, the Q's ticking. Custom still surviving. Painful needs to juke out of the skills and does. They're out in the end. Only one dies, and it's Nativz who claims the first blood.
And that's how Blue Whites end up losing a
You?
Looks like he's not done yet. No, he's pressuring really hard. He could honestly go for
He
the
knows
1-for-1
he's on
here.
vision. What?
Oh!
What is he cooking? I think it's burned just a tiny bit there as Custom. No mana. Egetz though. No mana as well. Wants to defend his mid laner's life, but can't do so successfully. One more auto. Nativz. Can they get out? Egetz. Flash not there from Ball. Painful. I think he's out. Quest, how far are you from level 6? As the snipe comes through from Ball. He dies to the turret, but it's a valid effort. As the Ezreal goes wide, the True Shot Barrage not finding anything. Top lane now. Theoloris forced to flash out underneath the turret, man. This game balancing it on knife's edge already.
But it is those skirmishes that get the Karthus right. We said solo, probably they could just play out these lanes and do really well.
Flash available from Reluxa, but
this
no
is gonna
ultimate.
work.
There comes
This
the
will work.
flash.
He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah,
100%
Reluxa though.
dead.
Will Hybrids die in the end? Double W could be available, and that might just be enough. No, not quite the turret shot. Making it a 1-for-1 trade. I think Reluxa says thank you very much for that one.
Yeah, but bot lane is coming back into base. Pantheon just moved straight through bot side jungle. Chisan on reset as well, so there's no way Karthus in his right mind, though wasn't really in his right mind when he took the mid fight, is going to go through mid to take the bot side camp. So Udyr loses nothing from this and will come back to a full clear opportunity.
Yeah, Ball dealing a bit of damage now. Egetz is in a bit of trouble. MKR trying to trade back as Ball just pops the last bit of HP from Egetz. Knew there were no summoners balls after the extended trade in the mid lane, and all across the board now leads are starting to build for Nativz.
Yeah, it's a real big shame though, because Blue Whites, they had the map in their favor. If they just trade the Drake for the Grubs and then reset their Carthus and then go top to bot clear on the Carthus, they would have won out on the early game. But they get drawn into one of these skirmishes. We said this before the game began. They get drawn into these skirmishes, they draw the Carthus into those skirmishes, and suddenly it's an acceleration for Nativz because they end up winning that fight. Yes, Blue Whites are thinking about extending on certain plays.
Space has the barrier, but painful.
Oh, we get Twist!
Not sure
you
how,
go.
but I guess it's more aggressive trading in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, I mean they've been trading non-stop no matter what. I assume when the R was going to come down from Quest, Coastal went straight in again. But when it comes to
Eggets, what?
I love it.
Ball should be able to make it out that he
Yep.
offering the pathway to safety. And MKR watches his support die.
Yep, he also knows Uda's bot side right now. They're not very confident they're able to win with the mana on Ezreal being what it is. Godzilla King Kong in the top lane. they're just gonna keep going at it. Clearly when it comes to individual 2v2 1v1s, Nativz just have that little bit up there. When it comes to straight group fights, they have that little bit, do they?
Oh my god, MKR! That flash is fantastic. Now though, attention to the jungle. Drake started up. Hybrid looking to chase down the Quest with Ball here. But it's a 2v3 you're going into, guys. What are you cooking? This Ball now finds himself too far forward, but MKR! The Ignite! Dubstep Ignite, will it get it? Yuba Danger won't be proud as Ball goes down, but finds one in the end. Painful and custom trading. It makes it out to safety, man. This game, the tempo has been upped. Are we watching Ruddy play? Like, what is happening here? Highbridge refuses to give up this straight. There is more to come. Oh, that was right through the goalposts.
Honestly, Coastal's doing a really good job preventing this Tristana being able to be a part of groupings. Anytime Tristana gets the groupings isn't, Quest gives the groupings to Tristana, like in that initial rotation. So right there again, Coastal goes aggressive enough on Tristana to prevent her being able to move in. It isn't until Hybrid has basically already secured it, offer the resets of the Carthus and the Ezreal, that Tristana feels like she can move in, i.e. when Blue Whites have decided they're not going to contest it at all. Coastal very much doing his job. Shout outs to him. It's just in these group situations where Nativz end up finding the upper hand. Let's see if they find it again here.
Damn, Ball dealing negative damage to Belux at this point. That's what happens when you're an assassin up against a full armor tank. Quest very committed to this fight. I'm not sure he wants it though. Hybrid showing the damage, but instead, I am mistaken. They thoroughly wanted that fight as now.
Yeah.
They're gonna get even more here. Theoler is trying to chase down Quest. Should successfully find him, but the flash too good. And offers a pathway out to safety. Yeah, Quest happy with that.
Yep, the flash getting Quest out there means he's not going to be able to do a violent execution.
It's in trouble. Painful knife juke on the encore. Reset forward, but that's too
That
far
could be too
forward.
much.
The minion dealing some damage. I think they're out. The true shot. The rush goes wide. But there it comes. The Requiem to get the kill. And the spree has begun for Quest.
Okay, so Quest on the board.
Space?
3-1 and 2.
Soloed
My
again?
Lord. He's
Wait,
1 for
what?
1.
What? What is happening, man?
He also has barrier. Did he have barrier when he died?
I don't.
I'm gonna
I
be
don't
real,
know what's
mate.
happening.
Like, unless I am consistently talking non-stop and you just zip it, I'm not able to give analysis on incoming situations before another one happens. See, I can't even explain that. You can't even explain that, right? It just happens right in front of you.
Yeah.
Do your job. Play by play it, Duckling.
Yeah, play. He's walking.
Do it!
Shoots one skittle. Shoots two skittles. Yeah, he goes for the outplay. Doesn't have the ultimate available. Big Q. Auto. One more is needed. Getting fired.
No!
That's Veluxa. Gets the kill. Isn't it now your time to do your
I'm
job,
just wondering if I'm allowed to mention the game that I am missing for
You're not missing anything, buddy. This is the grand prize.
True!
Now, though, more coming out. Painful. Not winning the trades, but it's about 50-50 to be honest. The Herald, or not the Herald, sorry, the last few void drops will be taken down here. This will be 6 for Nativz. There'll be very pleased with that.
This is gonna be an insanely high kill game. Look, the TLDR of it, though, is that a high kill game, a teamfight-oriented game, should favor Nativz in the long run. But also, you could say that high amounts of skirmishes in lane, high amounts of dueling in lane should also favor Nativz.
Oh,
it's those...
Rocket, it's a big CC on call connects though, but surely custom dies here, no flash out. I can't believe it.
Oh!
It was such a good error, and instead it's Hybrid who will pay the price, the shield, the flash, yet another auto. As Veluxa now on a killing spree, painful running, ball can't help. The Pantheon support is useless, as Blue Whites claim 2 more kills.
But Theoloris is taking the full top side right now. Like, he got a lot of plates. Plates just went down literally 4 seconds ago. He's on the last bit. He gets first blood on the tower there, and he's going to be able to crash this off of tier 2. MKR is really taking it to space here. That guy is not... Okay, finally dodged one. Finally dodged one there, but wow. Yeah, this is an extremely fast-paced game. These trades will still matter, though, overall. Nativz looking to get another kill, another fight. MKR just going to walk away from that one. So I do get to explain to you that the breakpoint you want with Nativz is in the 2 to 3 item range, depending on how stupid they are as human beings. If they're able to get that LDR out earlier rather than later, then they're going to be able to deal with the Malphite A-OK. Remember, this is a Liandry's Udyr, and now you can have MKRs there.
Yeah, MKR. There.
Yeah. So let's see what happens with the gold
Space?
here. Space has
Very
barrier.
late.
Nice, baby.
Ah, that was brilliant. Brilliant bit of play there.
Ball's not
Ball
done.
taking the turret.
Job's not
Is
done.
he out? I don't
He's
think
making
so.
space for
Space?
Ashe.
Will Space make it out? The recall comes through, and Ball sacrifices himself for the turret and his AD carries life.
Yep. Ashe has arrow, but we do crucially have Herald going over to red side. They'll take that for a bot side play that they were also ahead on the map on, right? They took down the tier 1 tower on bot. They're only just crashing tier 1 now on bot lane for blue side. So this Herald trade can just be dropped onto mid, can be dropped onto top, can even be dropped onto bot on an extended play later if they want to save it for potentially that Drake play. Udyr, he did do a recall. They're all coming out on bot side of the map now, as the enemy is going to reset, probably move out bot side too. But if you play really hard through bot side with this Herald, it's a real prime position for Drake. However, looking at a 3 and 7 versus no and 10 team in NLC, I am assuming this Herald will be dropped straight in towards that mid lane, which in fairness, if you're not considering Drake and not considering side priority at all, is objectively best for maintaining control of the map later on. So really not something to fully flame them about. They have their options, because no matter what they do, they're ahead on the map. Aatrox is ahead in priority over that Malphite. Malphite's only just crashing on top side there. If you want to drag them all away here, you just drop that Herald on mid. There's nothing they can do, but you can honestly keep the map state as is, and you'll be fine, because you're relying on the idea that blue-whites will not understand when they can and can't, and when they should and shouldn't just collapse on mid lane here, despite your lack of tier 1 tower as Nativz, as it looks to be the mid play.
Oh, I think she's dead here.
That was
Good arrow. The
fast.
turret is gone as well. Veluxa makes it out in
Wow.
time just to say hello to the turret before it falls. And yeah, despite
Saving
Blue Whites
it.
being in the lead
I like
for
it.
the kills here, but right, Veteran, the gold lead, thanks to all
Yep.
this standard gold having been taken in their favor, it's Nativz
Yep.
in the lead. They've gotten 2 Drakes, 6
And-
Void Drops, and a Herald as well. Very impressive neutral objective game here from Highbridge.
And teleport as well, and that teleport's going to be down for the first 2 minutes of Baron as well. I'm interested in this Herald usage now, because you could try to use the Herald to open up tier 3s on bot side, and if you open up, say, an early inhibitor on bot side with that Herald, you're in a really good position to play around that Drake, especially with the lack of teleports Blue-Whites have. Blue-Whites lose those teleports because they will lose that teleport because they were behind on the map this whole time. So it's not just about the gold that you get from being ahead on those structure depletions, it's also the map control you get, which leads to recalls that you're able to get ahead of them, which means if you're behind the recalls but you still need to group, what do you have to do? You have to slam that TP button as hard as you possibly can. Nativz, so maybe they're going to look to drop this on top side since the current trade is top the bot side.
They want custom. Ignite, laid down from
You pronounce
ball.
it like that? You pronounce it custom? I thought it was custom.
Custom.
Really?
I don't know.
It's like an O, you know?
Custom? Custom?
Custom, I thought. But I don't know, man. Like, maybe it's custom, maybe you talk to him. I don't know. I've seen him in Twitch chat before, but I've never, like...
I never talked to anybody, mate. I'm a gamer.
You're talking to me right now, so that's just a lie.
Yeah, but that's only because I get paid.
Like, why are you lying?
already.
But, like,
I
yeah,
would
but
never
you do talk to
you
me.
if I wasn't on a payroll right now.
That's fine.
all.
Maybe you wouldn't, but you are. But you are
I don't
talking to me,
speak
so you
to
do
people
talk to
unless
people.
there's a very good incentive for
You're
it.
talking to a person right now. Are you denying my person?
There's a good incentive for it. I'm watching good League of Legends, then I'm happy to talk to you about it. But if you're not watching good
But
League
we're
of Legends,
watching Blue White's Natives.
Yeah, what do you mean? This is peak League of Legends, buddy. What would you else be? What else would you be watching right now that could be more entertaining? The Euros are known for, like, until this NLC ends, regardless. I mean, that's the only other thing that get me to talk to people. It's Euros, and not the currency. Not the currency. I'm thinking about the tournament.
I fear to answer that question because I may get fired.
You may. Hopefully, you do.
Hopefully. Oh, it's fine. Everyone's coming out on the map. We'll get an Ash Arrow being launched. The whole world will end. No one's got LDR! This will be really funny if they win the
Are we
next
watching
fight
five-hand Samus against
It'll be
T1?
really funny. Dude, that, by the way... Wait, the Carthus build, by the way. I think this red item on Carthus is so
Space?
useless.
Caught out of position. Maybe not. Blast cone to safety. I was hoping for something. This game has slowed down tremendously. Now we have to carry an actual conversation, and that's when it gets tough for you and me, buddy. Having actual conversations. Do you have a pit?
I'm being asked for the MVP vote.
Are you being asked for the MVP vote? You're not just just typing up on a message getting fired away.
Whoa. I mean, maybe, because I'm
Maybe. Oh, let's see what happens here, though. Initial engage, Painful wants MK out, the other is too far forward, the healing is not good enough quite yet. Hyper's now in trouble as well as the Baron. Baron has just spawned, Hyper's is dead, by the way. Painful has to do something.
Painful, get him!
Painful,
get
the kill, buddy! You have to get it! Oh, MK is too slippery! In the end, though, Painful finds him and the fight will be won by Nativz. They get 4, lose 3. What a... No, never mind.
Oh,
it's a 4 for 4. Painful.
Oh, no!
Ticking out.
Don't
Ticking
do
out
it!
over looks and we'll find them.
No!
Boom! Baby, the ace.
Wow. Blue White's won that team fight, so they're winning in the group situations. But you see what I mean about if you get ahead on the map, you could just take fights away from the Malphite. And the vast majority of that fight did happen without the Malphite being present, instead of that last 300 bit of HP on the Tristan that the Malphite was able to do. If you're constantly able to take fights like this by virtue of your superior map movements, that's the best case scenario for Nativz in dealing with this champion until they start to build serious itemization against it. So that's what they're hoping for. But there's a lot of things you need to be building here, right? It's not just about LDR. You also need to find some kind of, for example, shields healing reduction for that Seraphine, right? Hello. Veloxa out in front.
Let's see how tanky Veloxa really is. Soul Point now. It's Nativz. TP. I mean, the Verdant is still on the map, guys, by the way. But they want to contest it. They want to fight it. They want to add more tension to the game that is already packed to the brim with action. Drake low, secured by Highbridge. Painful on the flank, being found out. Custom cutting through his HP bar. 40 HP for Painful as he manages to dash out. Pings towards the Baron. But they will be spotted by the little flying drone.
I mean, it looks right now, honestly, if they get this Baron, they're in a really good position because of the hella delay on the LDRs. We're only on Quick Cloak. No, we're only on Quick Cloak. On this grouping, with no vision, what
has
do they
come
do?
down 7k. They don't know how low it is. They need to know something. Now they do. Highbridge can't get in the pit because he doesn't have the flash. He has to walk in. Can he do it in time? No, he's
Doesn't
not.
get it.
It's secure. The other is here as well, but he's so low already. Ball jumping
No,
to the
he's
front
dead.
line. Nearly
They're
already
both dead.
burst. The other is
Ace him.
gone. Painful in space. Now we'll have to carry this, but Luke says low, so there's not too much front line left. That's a massive, though. Choose up barrage. Now it's Blue Whites on the offensive. They want more, but they can't quite get it. Nativz are out of reach, but this game is certainly not that as Blue Whites. Chasing shadows for the first 10 games. Now finally chasing that first W as they continue to try and run down Nativz.
Oh my
Spotted
god,
Painful.
they've interrupted. No, but that's huge. They interrupted
stopped
both. Yeah. They get to tier 2, they're on tier 3s, they're resetting, they want to play this by the book. Post on, grabbing Wolves on the way out is very safe to do so. Egets will hold him there. Now it should just be straight recalls from all of them. Okay, so they have Baron. They're looking at tier 3s. the enemy is not even is it even building it? It's not even vaguely close to LDR, so Velox is going to have a lot of value as that tanky Malphite. Kostom having a brilliant game overall. A lot of quest kills have come from setups that have occurred because MK on Kostom were able to maintain so much pressure in their own lanes. Kostom never let Painful leave that lane whatsoever, so the acceleration driven by Nativz just wasn't quite there. But Nativz, despite all of that, despite the early game being much more even than they might have expected, especially off that first skirmish, they weren't able to leverage that map lead into the first big objective of the game. Blue-White's the team that has been able to do that. And it looks like, even though they don't have Kostom quite out on the map yet, they want to go for the kind of close because they know Painful has no teleport, but Kostom does. So Kostom, even being late here, he has the luxury of playing wave clear. He could join his team
winning
or yeah, I mean, you'll insta-win any assassination at a decently close level.
Oh
no
my
way.
God.
Okay, they can win this. They can win this. This is why you needed LDR second, because you also need to be considering itemization against the Carthus later, but you don't have the freedom to do that if you go straight for the whirly-burly. I call it the hurly-burly, the whirly-burly.
Could they just end here?
I mean, theoretically, yeah. Like, they need to force a fight on this. My VMix is blocking the ultimate on Malphite. He doesn't have ultimate here, but you can play really aggressively because you have the constant cooldowns of the Seraphim. Just keep walking up, force them to engage on you, and then Malphite's items should do the rest.
They just gotta walk it down, the Encore coming through.
They
They're
jump!
looking for the
That's jump by
Still
Egan!
5 seconds before the carries come out. MKR taking
He'll
quite
bow,
low,
descend.
but not
Descend.
long off the game. It's the end. It's
They've
the
won.
victory for Blue Whites. Doubters have been here all split long, but finally they'll have the win on the board. It is Blue Whites who finally found that victory.
Wow. Wow, actually. I mean, the moment they got Baron, they were actually really efficient at how they played the game out. I mean, I'm not sure I agree with just going straight with that TP mid to defend the mid tier 1, but like outside of that, when they could end, they just went for it. They just straight went for it. And Kostom, he opened that up with his 1v1 on the Tristana. He prevented a lot of the early shenanigans happening by keeping Tristana in lane, even with Quest going maybe a bit too aggro at points. Malphite was getting pinned under tower, but they didn't itemize for the Malphite. They could have gone the Gwen, but they could have also just built items. I don't know, like that was, wow, that was somewhat an embarrassing loss for Nativz, but Blue Whites, I didn't expect them to get any wins whatsoever. There's been a lot of teams that have had 0 wins in the ERLs, and Blue Whites
Are now
they've
fully
done
out of playoff contention, so they are
really
not making it anywhere near.
So this is a total victory for Blue Whites.
Yeah,
Blue Whites'
so-
first win, and they knock someone out. That is, now they
With
make
that,
it count.
We'll throw
make
it
it
to a break, veteran, and then when we come back, the desk will celebrate Blue White's first victory with a bang. See you.
Bring it down, bring it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
They did it. They announced every single day they would do it eventually. I had an interview with Custom today. He said it's today. They got a win. A win is a win.
A win is a win. And
A
to
win
be
is a
fair, a convincing win, to be honest. I think Nativz drafted themselves into a corner. And I think Blue Whites had a really good read on that draft. That Malphite pick, I think, was just so big brain. The Karthus had so much impact in the game, and I just feel like, as much as, honestly, the Pantheon was probably the shining light for Nativz in that game, and I know, Archie, you'll be happy to hear that. I think Bull was putting a lot of work in, and the rest of his team were just scattered. They looked very, very lost in this game, and it felt like Blue Whites, who we've seen this glimmer of hope from them all split along. It felt like it finally kind of took flair and ignited into something. They were just a very well-coordinated team, and they pulled off a pretty impressive victory here.
Well, let's talk with them, because Custom is already ready. Sorry, Real, we'll toss it to you afterwards, but before that, I want to communicate with Custom. He did it! I
Yo,
just
what
talked
up?
with you before the show! We did it!
Come on!
This is so biased.
Come on!
I put in my points. Man, as soon as I saw Painting, I was like, I love you, Custom, but I gotta change teams, man. I gotta change teams. But at the end, that was beautiful. It was not what I was expecting, by the way. The pick, the Corky mid, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a boring because, listen, we expected them to ban Corky Tristana because it's like broken champs. And then I could pick Kassadin, you know, get some funny business going. But, like, they leave Corky Tristana open. Like, what's going on?
Okay, so you got the win. How was the communication? How was the team feeling? Tell me, like, how was Discord, TeamSpeak? I don't know, like, cell phone,
Yo,
how
listen,
you guys were communicating? Tell me.
The comms were kind of down in the early game. I don't speak much early game. I'm like mid-game, late game. The comms were a bit sad because it wasn't looking too hot. But, you know, we kept the morale up. Like, I'm talking to everyone, bro. I'm like keeping the morale up completely on the ship. And I said we outscale one item, Malphite pick. Completely crazy this game. Our coaches smurfed it completely. Let's keep it a buck. Our coaches got half the win today. And yeah, I kind of 1v9. Let's keep it a buck. Enemy mid lane got completely gapped.
So, do you have any idea who was the MVP for this game?
Yeah, me, of course. I was the best player.
You?
Yeah, clearly.
It was
Hello,
actually
I
you, by the
1v9.
way. It was actually you. Yeah, you were the MVP, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Of course it was.
I mean, it was not the Kassadin, but at least it was good. Okay, so if you have anything to say to the community, what would you say right now? Like, everybody's listening to you.
Yo, all the most important, everyone who voted on Blue Whites to win today, you're goated. You're goated. Hey, 0-10 and you voted for us to win. That's clean. That's the most important part.
Just letting you know. Now pick Pantheon. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon.
Bro.
Best of luck. Lovely.
Thank you, bro.
Man, and there you go. He's the MVP. I was not lying. He was the MVP. A lot of people could have gotten this MVP.
Clearly. Like, I said it in my acceptance speech. I was like, I'm going to pick the right teams to win. Shout out to the Euros. I already know how to pick them right. Now we come here. Blue Whites in my lock-in. Quick win. That's how it goes, you know. Of course, it's the Div 2 man coming for the Div 2 team that made their way up. Obviously, yeah, you had Karthus on before, but we can forget that, you know. I'm the Div 2 guy that gave them the hope.
Gabriel, wait. You voted for Blue Whites?
Yeah.
Me too, I voted for Blue Whites. Hey, Brian, you...
Look, Wait,
Hipran,
Nah.
before you say anything, Tim is ready for the interview. I'll let you cook.
tell him I'm disappointed.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Hipran is disappointed.
Yeah, if anyone should be disappointed, it's me. Like, Atram, Jabil, what's going on here, guys? What's this betrayal?
You can't
I
judge
thought
me,
we were
though.
tied.
You can't
I
judge me.
can. We even pick your Pantheon today, and you act like this? Like, actually, complete betrayal. It's insane.
No, but the Pantheon was the highlight of the composition. Like, tell me about the AP you did and all that. Like, you were cooking. What did you cook?
Yeah, we were cooking a bit today, and I don't think people wanted to taste it afterwards. Let's be honest. No, I think what ended up happening, right? If you just look at how the game played out, I mean, as I heard Custom mention a little bit, right? Like they felt completely doomed at the beginning, right? As you can see, our composition, we were playing very aggressive. I think we even built like a 3k gold lead at the beginning, and then I think even just talking to the team a bit afterwards, I feel like we were a bit. Maybe disoriented is the wrong word, right? But at least disconnected, and we just started disrespecting cooldowns a lot, forcing fights we didn't have to, instead of, you know, just playing on our timers. And it got to a point where I mean, I think the crucial one even just being us contesting the Baron after getting away the Dragon, right? Like we weren't really sure if we wanted to commit to the fight on the Dragon while they still didn't have their cooldowns, and then because afterwards we feel like we have to go contest the Baron, right? We don't have these cooldowns like the Aatrox ult, for example, and then composition was obviously harder to execute. Yeah.
At this point, you are aware of what happened with the loss versus Blue Whites. You are out of playoffs. So.
Yeah, it sucks.
I know. I have to make this question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I can speak on behalf of the whole team, right? We're disappointed. In the sense that going into the split, obviously we felt that we were going to be able to perform a lot better than we have, and I think those who have been watching all the way along have also seen those glimpses of sometimes we're really good, sometimes we're not, right? And the inconsistency has just ended up biting us in the behind, right? Like close games against some of the top teams, even taking games off of some of them as well, but also having games like this one where it feels like everything kind of just falls apart a bit after one thing goes wrong. So yeah, I don't think any of us is necessarily satisfied, right? And even though we can't necessarily still make it, I think we still want to show that we at least can show some good league, right? And that we're not, completely bad. Even though, I mean, with this win, there still was no guarantee. We knew that already last week. And going into this week, the hope was that we were going to be able to, get that 4-game win streak and kind of sneak our way in. But now that that's gone, I think it has to be a case of trying to show the best league we can while still providing good competition and hopefully causing some chaos for everyone else.
I like it. Keep the chaos and keep showing up that the team is really good. So let's see what happens until the end of the split. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you for the pick as well. You're lovely. I'll see you soon, I hope.
See you.
Hey, Brian, now I can let you talk about, you know what, Ruddy versus Verdant, because that's the game we're going to jump into. We shouldn't talk about this further on. We already have all the information here, Brian. It's on you. So, Ruddy versus Verdant. This is an interesting one, at least in my mind. I love this guy, because Veteran was saying Verdant could be the shining light at the end of the tunnel, and Ruddy are trying to lock in the first place. But Verdant could be the Ruddy of Spring Split, like the miracle run. You see.
Right now, I just not sold on Verdant. I've not been sold on Verdant all split long. I just don't think they've really had a particularly great form. I will argue, but I won't argue, but I'll agree with Veteran there. Their losses haven't looked as bad as some of the other teams' losses above them have looked. So they have got that going for them. My major concern about Ruddy, and I've said this multiple times during the split, was I don't think we've seen much macro from them. They've just relied on their ability to out-hands everybody else and just beat them by just being better mechanically at the game. Last week, I can't remember who it was versus, but we saw them versus a team, and they played a macro game, and they played it very well,
Crest,
along with out-handsing people at the same time. So my major issue with Ruddy has started to be shored up. They've shown us their ability to be able to do that, and I just think right now Ruddy are just too good. I'll be very surprised if we have an upset coming in from Verdant here as we do move into picks and bans. So far, nothing particularly out of the ordinary. When you do look at Alex's champ pool, though, you do have things like this Yone you've got to account for, because he does pull this out, loves his AD mids, loves to get scrappy and get into the fights from there. So that's something that Verdant are going to have to play around.
Important for Ruddy to win this one so they can lock themselves in playoffs regardless of spot. For Verdant, they have to keep the run moving forward. So if they want to be the miracle run, they have to do it right now. Talia and Syndra being removed from Ruddy on the other side. We're going for those targets picks, not allowing you to look and to play that AP in the jungle. But keep in mind that Nata was the 11-0 Jhin in the first game they played. And even then, X-Drop did a game out of his mind, 8-3 with Ashe. So somehow the enemy AD carried 11 KDA and you're still getting 8 kills as the opponent. That's something to brag about.
Yeah, we're going to see that Tristana picked up first. We kind of talked about it a bit in the green room. I kind of want to see someone play Lucian, but I don't think it's going to be Ruddy that are going to do it into Tristana. As you said, Miracle Run, it has to start now. If we look at the actual just maths of the equation, Verdant, out of 4 games, they essentially probably need to win 4 games, because if Venom Crest win 2, then there is no opportunity for them to come back into it without a clean sweep. So it is really all on this game for them to kind of kick off this run. And to be honest, I feel like Ruddy are looking like the strongest team. I put 5 points on Ruddy. You know, I have a lot of faith in the team and the org. So realistically, for me, it would be a big shock, big upset if Verdant could pull this one off. And hey, we got Rel, the most picked champion in the league. Isn't that right, Archer?
He knows. Here, Brian, you should have known if you were on the show.
Yeah, well, don't bring me back to my mic issues. They don't have the Rumble to pair it up with, though, which has been a typical go-to for this Rel. But it does just look like, thinking about potentially picking up a counter for the mid lane, they could also just look towards their jungle. They decide not to. They actually pick up this Ivern here, moving over to Verdant. Obviously, going to be looking probably towards jungle and maybe a support counter or at least an ADC pickup here. Things like the Ezreal are still up and available if they want to be taking that. Right now, hovering the Ivern, who's been very high priority in picks and bans throughout the entirety of the split. So it wouldn't be an overly surprising pickup. I would like to see an AP jungler getting picked up by Ruddy here. I think he hovered things like the Lilia prior to this. Zyra is still up and available as well if you want to pick that up. So there's plenty of good AP junglers available to Ruddy. But Verdant, yeah, no real surprises here. Getting themselves a support, getting themselves a jungler. They've got a pretty good kind of like utility backline here with this Leona and Ivern. And now moving over to Ruddy to see what they're going to look to pick up. Hovering this Lilia, I think it's Lilia Zyra. It's going to be one of the two. We haven't really had too much Zyra getting played in this league yet, but it is a menace at how quick it can take objectives. So, I mean, Lilia fulfills a somewhat similar role, very fast clearer.
Focus on the top lane now for the events. Tell me, J-Real.
Sorry, Arch. I wonder if we see a bit of a flex, right? Because they got the Tristana. They could send that into the bot lane now that they see the Yone, and then maybe switch it up with something a little bit more counterable. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I'm thinking in my head, okay, I'm thinking about this matchup. Ruddy, I feel like they have all of the strength in the solo lanes versus Verdant, right? That's their big, easy win con here. I think the X-Drop has looked phenomenal. So realistically, if you want to play into the bot lane, I guess you could try and just wipe them off the map. But I feel like you can gain the most from solo lanes. So for me, it's all about this top side. And I like that Ruddy are banning away picks immediately. We're also getting some bans from Verdant. So the top side, the pool is getting narrower and narrower, which I think, in my opinion, it's better for Ruddy than it is for Verdant.
Yeah, you're taking away those one-trick ponies like the Riven for build. He plays a lot, so he's not uncomfortable with the Renekton and the Cassandra being removed from the table right now. I think they could focus on another one, and there you go. This is Malphite, because they know X-Drop needs to bring in the AD carry, and you're still leaving that Tristana on the flex, and now Nata has to reveal something. But you either reveal who's the AD carry or even the top lane, but better to relieve, like,
it's got to be
release
ADC.
the AD carry.
You want to counter pick top.
Yeah.
You want to counter pick top lane and just... But, I mean, looking at the top lane bans that have come through, I'll be surprised if built plays like a Bruiser or a carry top laner. There is still things like the Jax we have seen show up a few times in the league. If you want to go Bruiser route, there's even Camille as well available. I think I'd rather just see like an Ornn or something that can real frontline for you, because you've got a lot of squishy damage dealers. You've got the Yone, you've got the Lilia, you've got the MF. You've only really got a Rel as your frontline, and that's the support. So they don't get as much gold, they don't get as much stats off the back of that. So I would like to just see something like an Ornn or something which can, first of all, kind of back up and start fights with the team, but also is just an effective frontline. And Sheehan somewhat predicting that, actually, looking to go for something that can scrap in that top side. But Heise going in the bot lane for X-Drop, so it will be Harbo on the Tristana, and now just looking for a Bruiser here for Verdant, so they don't want to go full on tank. And Sheehan going for a bit of a Sheehan classic for Darius. I think this is the second time we've seen him pull this out, if I remember right.
It's the third time.
Bold.
Is it the first time? Someone else
No,
played it.
third time.
Whoa! The instant lock on the Vayne is crazy.
They were ready.
No, I'm saying, first of all, Darius blind pick, bold. Also, combo of Lilia going to sleep, plus the bullet time, crazy from Ruddy. But the Vayne, I don't know if I'm sold on it. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm sold on the Vayne.
No, they were ready.
Kind of
We were ready, yeah. You played twice the Darius, and it's not an easy one. You play versus Rumble and Cassante, and the idea is you're trying to keep the gap, but with Vayne, I don't think you're allowed to do that. It's going to be a tough one. So when we look into the end, like the Champion Select is already done, where do you stand, both of you?
Nameplates off, I actually go Verdant. Nameplates off, I go Verdant. Nameplates on, it's Ruddy, man. Like, if anyone's going to pilot the Vayne top, it's them. There is a very clear weakness in this team. if they get caught out, they have the engage with, I'm assuming, going to be Ghost Darius, but also the Leona Solar Flare. If any of that hits, there's so many squishy people. I mean, Alaric will be the tankiest person, and again, they're not going to be that tanky because they're a support. I don't know, man. To me, I think Ruddy have got a very risky draft, but if they do run away with it, this game is going to feel impossible for Verdant to play. But yeah, it's time will tell. I might be losing more points here.
I think for me personally, I feel like, yeah, very similar to Hipbrain here. I feel like nameplate's off. I think Verdant have the easier comp to play. But the thing is I wrote in my notes a little bit earlier, Ruddy, they love a messy skirmish. They love a crazy team fight, you know? So I will say the fact that they picked a lot of really good individual units, I feel like means if they do make these scrappier plays, make this more spread out team fight where it's not a clumped up 5v5, I think they will have the big advantage. But we have seen this Vayne before not pay off for them. I'm not sure if I'm fully with the Vayne, but you know what, Bill? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong with all my might. All I'm saying is Ruddy up. Let's go. 5 points for me.
Ruddy, at least if people are looking for Ruddy, they will lock in the playoffs position. Not the first seed, but at least the position towards the playoffs. For Verdant, will the miracle run continue? Let's run on to the casters. We have Veteran, the man with a plan, and our tiny little duckling. How you doing?
Thank you so much, Ashra. With that, what are you doing, bro? Aren't you pushing 30? Like, come on.
Vayne, baby.
Vayne, baby.
Vayne, baby.
Can you do the
Vayne,
Vayne tumble? You have the space behind you.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
do a
pushing
Vayne tumble
30, and
like
out of the
that.
two of us, I'm the only one that's fun, duckling. Okay, do you hate fun? Do you hate when I'm enjoying myself? Are you grumpy already? At the age like 21,
I've been
22?
a substitute teacher, of course.
Because
I'm
no
grumpy.
one
I'm
loves
not-
you? No
I'm
one
still
likes
20,
you? Everyone
bro. I'm
believes
still
you?
20.
Jesus Christ, man.
Jesus
Christ. But
One
Vayne,
thing though that
right?
does make me happy, right, is the storyline and matchup in this game. I'm only looking at the top in here. Build versus Shihan, Vayne versus Darius. When Shihan first, a year ago, came into our league, it was on Ruddy, and he was known for his Darius. Locking it in against his former team, now counter-picked as well. I mean, it's gonna be a banging matchup, and I am very happy about we get to see that.
This is also going to come down to two concepts that the desk was actually talking about. One was Hipbrain talking about that he doesn't like the macro level that we've seen from Ruddy, with the exception of one game, by which I assume he means like their map movements as well as timings, and Jay will talking about their skirmishing. For them to pull off the Vayne, it's going to be to do with that macro, with those map movements, and it's actually going to be to do with them avoiding the kind of skirmishing that Jay will likes to see them do. If they can execute both those things and basically prove the desk wrong, that's how they will beat Verdant.
Let's see if that will come to fruition as we throw it in to game number 2 of the day. Onto the Rift we go. Here for game number 2. It is a very important game for both teams. Obviously Verdant still fighting to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Already just one win away from locking it in.
One game away. So the reason that the Vayne works is, so I'm a big advocate of Vayne for the last couple of years now, because there have just been so many good scenarios of it while enchanters have been out of the meta. If you get a scenario where melee bot and melee top has been locked in by your opponents, it's essentially always a Vayne game. Because what you need to have as Vayne is you need to have the ability to be able to group and contest mid-wave, or the ability to play to at least one side lane. If you don't have 2 lanes free, one of which being mid lane, then you can't realistically play the Vayne. Whereas here, because they've gone with the Leona, it is entirely plausible for you to be able to play midsection, and because they've gone with the Darius, it is very easy for you to be able to play those side lanes out at later stages. So Vayne always has somewhere to go, always has somewhere where she can give pressure. Whereas in a range circumstance on either lane, she'd be constricted to one lane, and it would be very easy for the opponents to match in a regard where Vayne wouldn't be able to play out the game and would just be a detriment to a team and get no significant advantages overall. It is true that if Built was to misstep, etc., this lane could go very badly, very fast, but that's a pretty dramatic ask, right? Look at that spacing right there. There's nothing really Shihan can do. Built has to give Shihan the win here, rather than Shihan make some kind of monumental monster outplay. I'm not saying he won't make an outplay at any point, but it will be an outplay because Built has forgotten the absolute fundamentals of a ranged champion. If Built hasn't done that, he should be able to run away with the game. You might be thinking, what about Harbo? Surely Harbo as an assassin ADC mid laner is going to be able to match the Vayne later on. No sir, this is the quintessential anti-assassin AD carry that the Vayne is. So she's almost always going to be able to match the mid laner. If it's an assassin, she's built, my god, no pun intended, built really well for that. If it is a mage, yeah, have fun trying to 1v1 a Vayne. If it is a fighter, a bruiser fighter, that's the best case scenario to the Vayne. Something like the Yone, for example, is what I'm talking about when I'm thinking about a fighter, but that's not what she is up against.
Very true. It was a great little breakdown on the peculiar situations of this Vayne top laner's build. Continuing to try and use his range advantage to poke, denying minions, of course, as the lane progresses. Was kind of doing the same thing here. Alex, though, trading back pretty nicely so far as Kedrugan gets his jungle on the way. But let's keep our eyes on this. Alaric gets the CC initially. Harbo has the flash, though, and doesn't want to overcommit, so Alaric just backs off. What? Why didn't he go for the engage there? Do you... Yeah.
He has no flash.
He has no flash. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Didn't see that. But maybe just to try and... I thought for sure he would just force Harbo flash and then back out. Maybe like, the Q into W. Let's see what happens here though.
Yeah. If Harbo had already burned W, I'd agree. Otherwise, I think he just puts himself in an exposed position. Kedrugan, yeah, just wants to kind of slowly escort Alex out, but they're both solo. Alex does have somewhat of a sustained advantage with that Doran's Blade and the full fleet setup. Sorry, Doran's Ring. Sorry, Doran's Shield!
Yeah, there we go. He won Alex here, by the way. Tries to make some fancy up and Harbo, the damage not quite there, and in the end, it is the first block claim for Verdant.
It's not built full lane, it is in fact Alex in the mid lane. We've seen this before. We know that's not really going to adjust his playstyle, or will it? Maybe we see some more growth from Alex. He had that mid-split growth in spring. Maybe we're moving back to the calmer state of Alex now, but the opening there, we're down to the wire a bit. They knew there was going to be a bit of a risk coming into when it moves past Creek, wondering why Kedrugan wasn't going to handle him there, but bot lane, holy god.
Oh,
Alaric, hello?
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, every lane but top lane is falling for Ruddy right now. I'm not sure you can blame this one on the Vayne.
Yeah, that's not a good start for the team that is just one game away from closing those spots, closing that playoff spot. And remember, by the way, it is very important to think about the fact that top 4 as well guarantees a participation to EMEA Masters.
Wow.
Oh, Harbo. Trading very aggressively here with Alex. So, in the past, we had 2 seeds just last split, but with the changes, the other 2 playoff teams, the 3rd and 4th place, will be sent into the last chance qualifier. A very high stakes tournament, you could say, where I think 32 teams fight for just 4 spots as extra. We'll fight to stay alive here. Alaric might be too far forward actually, as able to jump out. Good a bit of damage back on Komsky. Kedrugan is going to walk right into Doberman's waiting hand if he continues forward, but instead he goes backwards, finds Harbo, who will try and trade very aggressively here. Feeling confident already, finding that first, but maybe finding one more here, but the cancel on the jump, and now it's Ruddy's time to shine. They find 2 already, flash bomb from extra, but he will likely die here. The auto attack's coming through. Nata, not enough mana to really get anything back. Where is the Q? Doesn't have it. The mana just not there, but instead the auto attacks will secure. That's 3 kills now for the AD carry of Ruddy.
Yeah, Nato running away with 3 kills from 1 overextension by Verdant. Top lane just continuing as it remains even to 2 items. Vayne is going to be one of the most unstoppable behemoths. I'm very glad that her team has... I think.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. Well, it's come back. Built back to reality there, as his team kind of, remembers that they were in fact griefing to Verdant before that point on the bot lane. Still a very winnable game for Ruddy. Nato with 3 kills, coming back with a BF sword. I think the game is very clear in terms of objectives now of what Ruddy want to do, who they want to play around, and where they are winning.
So to zoom out a bit, obviously it's a Ruddy game. Can't expect many minutes without any kills coming through. No one is taking any neutral objectives yet, but that is about to change as Dopamine is taking that first Drake Kiturikan straight on towards those void grubs to get something back on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, blue side trading bot, red side trading top. Getting Vayne a reset as well on top side always going to be a good thing. Not quite sure the lane setup Vayne's rolling with there, but I'm pretty sure she's slow pushing in. So if you go for all of these top side camps, it's probably the best XP related thing that Kiturikan could do to try to get ahead of Ivan solo. And then if you believe you're always going to have the slow push on top on the next reset, you don't think Ivan's going to get those initial grubs either. So you could conceivably play for all of this top side, reset, and then play for top side grubs with respawn top side camps yourself. If Ivan doesn't choose to get to contest you on that, and you lose your bot side, well, you've traded grubs and another slow push into Darius for it. If Ivan does decide to contest you, then you can always reset. You're not likely to concede it because you have that pressure on top lane and just claim your bot side.
Build has rotated down here to maybe put some pressure on that lane, but seems to be pathing up towards the top of the again. I want to see what happens here, but I also want to take back the statement about the void grubs instead. Kiturikan just stealing away the whole top side from Dopamine. That's Alex. Really wanted that minion, might be a bit too far there in the end. Able to just walk it off as Harbo doesn't commit fully. Shihan was in the area as well. It feels like we are on the verge of fights very often in this game, but didn't mold into anything.
Yep, I mean, it's perfectly fun to roll that HP there, knowing that you're going to be recalling on the next cannon wave. Harbo there also not capable of freezing whatsoever. He's just trying to make sure that he has a safe spot to be able to clear the next wave in case Kiturikan is there by holding the minion on that creek. And now he's cleared and just matching the recall, so Alex home back in with full HP. Looks like a potentially dangerous trade, but not really unless you're severely at risk of dying. Nata opening up.
Oh, yeah, good open up, but X-Drop is now low. Dopamine is here though, so they can look to try and trade back. Killer Instinct is available if X-Drop wants to get into the front lines. Instead, good damage on Komsky as he's now able to back off. Kiturikan is now here, and this could develop into a full-blown 3v3. Verdant though very quickly calling off the counter move and instead just accepting that they get out with their members alive.
Yeah, Nata's ultimate also came out on the death of the red cannon, so he's saying to drop, do you really want the XP from this cannon? Because trust me, mate, you ain't getting the gold, and if you want the XP, you're going to have to trade your entire HP bar for it. So very good initial trade by Nata, especially if Kiturikan on bot side able to kill off if anything went too fast and dirty. But Nata really leveraging an advantage on bot side. Alex
is in big trouble here, rooted. And pretty much just dead. Good flash though to buy some space, but Harbo nicely finds the kill to close it off. Kiturikan can't follow up with the flash because it is on cooldown, so that's just an easy way out for Harbo, who's very happy getting his third kill of the game. While Dopamine is stealing away a camp.
700 gold deficit in mid lane, but 200 gold advantage in the top lane with a significant CS lead for the Vayne, which represents that Vayne has been able to win out on the spacing contests on top side overall, and a 1.1k gold on bot lane. So long as you have these two winning sides, you're able to stymie the ability for Tristan to do something like, for example, extend for turret plates on bot, so long as you maintain these two winning lanes. It looks like Ruddy, they don't just want to maintain it.
Oh, that's a good engage from Mallory. Is the follow-up there as Nata coming through now with the auto-attacks. X-Drop though quickly gaining one kill back. Nata dying to the turret pretty much all on his own. The kill as well comes through. It's a shutdown on Combs. Give up for a second. X-Drop was the last to get a hit on it. But it's a 2-for-1 for Verdant there.
Yep, Leona gets the shutdown on Nata there, so it'll be a fed Leona, but it won't necessarily be a fed Kai'Sa as that gold lead extends for Nata overall. Harbo gonna start hitting bot lane, but Alex already on that mid lane tower, gonna clear next wave as well before a potential recall. Meanwhile, top lane, built casually 2 waves ahead of the Darius, just living his best life. Like, for what it's worth, right, it's not being this Vayne that's being an issue for Ruddy if any issue kind of turns up, right? Vayne may have to deal with a severely fed Tristana, but if you're going to have a fed Tristana later on and you want to match her, putting the Vayne is one of the best ways to do it. Vayne being able to cancel Tristana's all-in with her E, Vayne being able to run that Tristana down like the dog she is with the passive on her ultimate. Vayne, one of the best duelist champions in the game, probably one of the best people to take into that, so they're going to be relying on Built at that point. Instead of Built versus Shihan's Darius being the decider, it could actually be Built's Vayne on side lane versus Harbo's very fed Tristana.
And I mean, worth a mention, in fact, that one of the last times I remember seeing a Vayne up against a Tristana, who was very fit, was 2018 summer semifinals. Misfits up against Fnatic. And I'll hold on to that thought. There was, I think, maybe Papu is in trouble, but is the damage there? We have been asking the question many times. This time, the answer is an emphatic yes. As Alex claims the kill alongside Katurikan, getting on the board. Dive here as well. They are very happy to go underneath this turret. Didn't work out last time, but so far, so good for the Ruddy bot lane. Good damage to both Comsky and Extra, but if the rotation comes through, things might change. But it's Katurikan who strike first. The mana bars low here on Nata, so can't really do all too much. I think they are calling the play off. Dopamine though, right in the area. The TP, and never mind, they are fully committing. They want these kills to be theirs, and Alaric will make it out to safety. Extra though will have a different fate. It is Nata who claims it. Yes, they find one, but this time it is finally in Ruddy's favor as they go beneath the turrets.
Nata turning on the AD carry there, despite being in a position to take full context of the passive of the Q of everything from drop and dropping.
Dopamine.
I can't say.
Papu's here. I'm not sure they were aware of that, and Alaric is just dead. The resets are here. Nata has no mana, no sums. Papu, can you go forward? No. And that finally ends a long string of plays.
It does indeed, but Nata, the real victor of all of this, and Alex coming straight back into the game. That gold state is even, but he was winning skirmishes beforehand on towards Harbo. So what looks like a game where Verdant had some options before mid-gamers even arrived. Ruddy seemed to be fully in the driver's seat as a gold lead top. It's extended to almost 1k. The gold lead on bot has extended by an additional 1k to 2k. And now mid, looking at a slightly ahead scenario. Will Karmsky's Fed Leona be enough? That was a little bit of a joke, a little bit of humor, but Karmsky, he is a good playmaker, very well known in the Portuguese scene. He might not need that gold lead. Carrier could be pure skill alone as he goes for a first play.
Yeah, it's a bit of damage here. Harpo though trading back nicely, and both Alex and Alaric. Extra might have been found out. Katurikan, that's a lot of damage! As Nata claims his 6th kill of the game. That's crazy, that's crazy. You know,
yeah.
Take a break now. Just a short one. I want to get back to the thing I was discussing right before we had 2 minutes of uninterrupted fighting, pretty much. So, my 2018 summer playoff reference was to the Misfits versus Fnatic games. You've probably all seen it. It's the one where Caps, playing the Vayne mid lane, outplays the Tristana. Speaking of, Alex can't quite find Harpo. One last Q would have been all it took. Nice sidestep there to get out to safety, though, as I never get to finish the story, man. It's crazy. Stop fighting,
You started at 14 minutes, bro. Mid-game is happening. All the fortifications are
I
down.
started
Everyone
5
make
minutes
plays.
ago, man. But at this pace, I'm gonna have to see the Nexus fall before we find the end, as Alex looks for the 1v2 outplay, a 1v3 rather. And that is something he can't win. They get a mid lane tier 1 in return, though, but Harpo finds his 4th.
And they're playing really hard to enable Vayne to hit tower on top side. So by delaying, by tanking all the HP on the tier 2, they do prevent more damage coming out on towards that tier 1 on bot. And this allows Vayne to take the tower on top side and look to make a clash earlier or equidistant to Tristana, but with a winning midsection. So Ruddy should have all the options on the next reset coming back in towards the lanes. They've given 2 Drakes for it, but they are in a very solid lead to be able to dictate the map on their terms. And Vayne, remember, she has 2 good options of where she wants to play now. Arguably 3 good options overall, since I'm very confident in her ability to match Harbo, a 1.3k gold lead on that 1.2. Okay, just don't you have to correct me, like 1.2k gold lead on the Vayne. So she can match Harbo, she can match Tristana, and heavens above, if Nata suddenly disconnects, she can match mid lane as well.
Thank you very much, Veteran. I now want to round it off. What I was thinking was when Caps on the Vayne mid lane outplayed Hansama, the E in the wall, turned the game around, actually turned the whole series around in Fnatic. When what is has now been their last LEC title, which was then the EU LCS. I was 15 back then. I haven't seen them for trophy since. That's as we get back to the game. Yeah. I mean, now it feels kind of bad because it was shared. The story was split across 3 different, 4 or 5 different minutes actually, and 3 different parts. But we got there in the end.
They're gonna fight in about 25 seconds. So,
And do you have any story you want to tell then in 25 seconds? Go on.
no.
Thank you. Nothing else?
No.
Nope. Okay.
My god, are you just gonna recall Kamsky like this?
Damn.
Really? Oh, no, we're not. He's like, hang about. And then drops like, actually, you know what? It's recalling does sound like a good idea.
Oh,
but like,
yeah, Kamsky's
but
now
like I
put out.
told
Bill
you,
doesn't have the vision.
they're playing for this topside scuttle spawn. Right, that's what they want to be getting right now, while shifting things in towards Alex. So you saw Vayne move, instead of like getting played towards the play for that tier 2 bot, by making the initial movements of shallow vision, she's making it clear that on the next wave that she's essentially trading on Darius to get that vision, she was going to go for a grouping in towards this top side, and that there would potentially be a play for deep vision, try to catch out jungle support moving for that scuttle. So she made it clear when she didn't play to go for duels on Darius, or to go for like say that she played in the brush by Krugs, that would indicate that she's actually going to play for next wave, and I would expect to see Ruddy shift their jungle support down there to allow her to play with the tempo advantage in tier 2. But when she started shifting, there's like, okay, they want to play for a scuttle catch, so in 25 seconds is going to be a fight, so tell a story. And you were like, I'm boring, so I'm out of stories, because the last interesting thing that happened was when I was 15 years old, which was so long ago, Fnatic were a successful org.
Thank you, Veteran. As we move on, I wanted to ask you why you never, or you not never, because you have been into coaching. That's still one of the things, though. I'm pretty sure that I've taken a photo with you as a fan before when I was down watching the EOCS.
Oh, really?
Back when you were at H2K. That was like
I didn't know you had such a
2018.
fantastic face.
I took a picture with all the teams, even the losers.
Oh, well, never mind. You almost have my swag there.
I mean, actually, that when I was down there in 2018, Foxtrot interviewed me as well for the broadcast. Sadly, though, that part got cut.
There we go.
Talking of cutting through the HP by is Alex. He's dying as well, though. Yet another 1v3 that he can't win. But yeah, that is. Wow, Ruddy have gotten a lot here, actually. What in the world? That's
yeah,
one
but
more
I
turn.
like this. Like, I love threatening bot side this hard at around this time, because it means on the next set of resets, the enemy's looking to de-push bot, the enemy's looking to set up on that, and while they're doing that, what can you trade for it on this rotation? Baron control. About to start spawning, right? So if you do this high pressure situation bot side and essentially play a diagonally towards Baron pit, you are set up at the optimal time to start playing that late game objective. So now would be the worst time to start telling a story, because both teams are deciding about how they want to be
I don't
playing
have
out
any
the
more
late game
stories to tell,
situation.
man. I just wanted to mention the fact that Vayne mid lane was a thing, and it was a
Yeah,
very
it was.
iconic EU moment. Let's see if
still be
another
a thing.
iconic folklore moment is gonna happen here, as the Baron is now up on the map. Nata, 6 1-on-1, raking in those value points for anyone playing. Luckily, he is my captain, my goat. Alex, though, not really doing his part here today. I want to talk about the top lane just very quickly here. Do you think Xian has done a decent job? He's 2k behind, obviously range versus melee, right? But he's done fine, right? Survived?
You can't do anything by draft, so like insofar as we could expect something to happen, yes, he's done fine. Like he didn't get accelerated on, but most of the game happened bot side. Verdant playing very aggressive to try to get topside priority back so they can enter that Baron pit, get their vision. You can see Darius in there right now. You can see that pink that they've placed around on Baron. Ruddy playing a bit back. They're fairly confident, it feels like, that they can just engage into what is essentially a juggernaut composition. If they have to come in second, they're at least very confident that this composition can't just fast do a Baron. I'm not sure if either of those two scenarios is true. I actually think Verdant are in a really good position to dictate terms now for the incoming fight and say, we are going to have a fight right now. They don't have very long to make a decision. Look at Alex on the bot side. He does have teleport. He could be threatening bot side right now. They need to make something happen, and this is their option.
Harbo is jumping on towards him. Good return from Alaric, but on the flank, it is Jihan waiting. Alaric, the next up on the list, but he's able to make it out, though. Big removal getting the Vayne out of the fight before it really starts.
Oh my god.
Just a bit of damage on the bullet time, nothing major. Alex is on the bot lane, though.
Daisy was removed by the bullet time. That could actually be really big. That removes the
But
ability
they're still on the
to tank
Baron.
it by a Daisy. Yes, but it has to be Leona that's doing it, and Daisy can't act as a zoning tool.
Flash
so
available.
Has to be the zoning tool. This dramatically
Turrigan.
reduces the amount of power that they have on it. Nata's playing as aggressively as he should. There's no Daisy.
Alex
thing.
is here as well.
Yep, Alex has ultimate. Just go for it.
Alaric is low, but can still get that one
my
W
God,
down in the
Pomsky.
pit. They go. The
Alex, go
Fade
for
Shield
it.
misses X-Drop. The Baron is still alive. Katurgan is in the pit. It's a complete vicinity. There's no smite now for Verdant. He has to get it, but he's in Sun. Yes, it is in the end. Harpo takes it, but just can't get out. Harpo will die. It's a triple kill for Katurgan.
Nice,
He
that's
was
the only one
in the stopwatch, and X-Drop now has to find a way out to keep this buff alive. Can they stop him in time? The $1 million IQ from Katurgan as Build claims the A's. I mean, Katurgan, that was a really nice read. He knew exactly where he went.
You ever met a millionaire that is like... Actually, you probably never met a millionaire.
You know I'm a millionaire, right? I'm joking. You believed it for a second, though, didn't you?
No. There is a Baron there. There was a Baron. There was a chance. Verdant played extremely hard for it. They were able to remove Built from the map, but they blew a lot doing it. That Daisy not being there really did bite them in the end, and Nata played exceptionally well. Nata played exceptionally well around that Baron. Alex played very aggressively, and you had to at that point. Ruddy, they just get the straight ace tonight. Every single Baron drop, tried to 10 head with that flash, but all of the options were eliminated, and he got found eventually before he was able to escape with the last Baron. So full ace by Ruddy, big Baron play by Verdant. Very intelligent Baron player of Verdant. Like, those were the conditions. You did have to go for something there, so I'm glad that
Right
they
here,
did
by the
it.
way, Doberman is in a whole heap of trouble. Alaric with the crackdown. Good
So
damage
easy
with
now.
the bullet
So
time on
easy.
top. It's good, it's clean, it's easy now for
So
Ruddy
easy.
as they clean up this fight. Double kill into the hands of Built. And with that, they can look to push down the mid lane.
Yeah. Like, there's basically nothing that can really reach Built from their entire composition. Built is able to get the first autos in a range where he's not able to get flash on. Shihan has literally no flash right now. Kalmsky, literally no flash right now. No flashes whatsoever. Vayne will just be king. Vayne will run this entire composition down. All she's worried about is Harbo, and they control Harbo beautifully. So, as of the build for that team fight, but right there is the power of the Vayne. Nata, though, for me right now, currently man of the match. Very consistent play from him, very intelligent play from him, as in terms of he can be the champion that basically just autos and occasionally has one of the dumbest ultimates in the game of League of Legends. That's saying something in League. That is saying something in League.
That is saying something. Okay. Nata, 8-1. Very nice scoreline. Good day at the office for me and at my fantasy team then.
Oh, you
Top
have him on your
15
fantasy.
last time.
Oh, yeah,
last
you
time
told
I
me.
played. Oh, Alex,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Not good job here for my fantasy because I think he's dead. Kalmsky was waiting on him, but luckily, Ruddy was there as well to make sure he didn't die. Drake on the Rift. It's the second one for Ruddy. It would have been the sole point for Verdant, but they can't contest it. What's the next move for Verdant now, Vicky?
I mean, I like trading the early two Drakes for tempo on the map because you basically guarantee that you get to dictate the terms of third, fourth Drake, and that's the ones that really pressure the whole map. One ocean, one mountain, don't really care, especially not that ocean for Verdant. It's not like we're looking at an infernal hex deck or something like this. So I do agree with the decisions that Ruddy made in terms of trading there. They're looking to play some defense, but not fully committal defense, because look how far ahead they are on mid and bot. It is Verdant that have to recall and have to defend. Alex, he can recall and just TP for this.
Oh, Alex is dead here. Alex is just dead. Exploded. No! The shield, but he has to go back.
Oh my god.
Can they outplay it?
Oh my
nice ultimate from Komsky. The solar flare
You have
was
to get kills on the
phenomenal.
other side.
But stuff is happening on the bot lane as well. They got Shihan as Alaric will fall now here on the
Nata?
top side. Who's winning the push fight? Build is going back.
Double
But
in hit.
Turk and Nata just pushing. They'll get one. They'll get two inhibs as well, as you say. And now the recalls are coming through from the...
Yeah, this is why you were fine to just play really hard for the wave as Ruddy. When you're on tempo like this, when you're on their D3 while the enemy has only just crashed on your tier 2, you really don't care. You can even give your life that you're technically winning on both sides of the map there. The enemy has to recall, you'll just start ending the game. If they saw these guys spawn on that tier 3, I don't think they would have stopped. I think they would have gone extremely aggressively on the last defender of the base. Because if they get that kill, they just start setting up scenario to end the game, or they force the recalls and save tier 3 on top side. Either way, you don't have to recall as Ruddy in that situation. Verdant do, and Ruddy played with that knowledge, and they played it beautifully.
Yeah, we'll see. That was a very nice play overall. I think Ruddy, obviously, I should say, getting the most of it. Yeah, Verdant. 3 items now on Harbour, right? That's something, Bertrand. But I feel like someone like H-Drop is really just got into the shadows this game. This guy's a build. I haven't seen it do much work. I mean, maybe it needs to set up around objectives.
Okay,
and
you're focusing on the wrong build. Look at Bill. How do you kill him?
Wait, what? I didn't
Yeah, how do
see
you kill
the
him?
Warmongers. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Warmongers and Terminus,
Can we
by the
change
way.
this disgusting Warmongers back, man? I see it on so many different trainers that it just shouldn't be on.
But also with Vayne, stylistically speaking, you always stack. Like for years now, by the way, you just stank. You stack tank
You stink.
itemization.
Genuinely, if you
after
play Rain
first
Tunnel, you
item.
do probably stink, so I agree with you.
But you go 2 items, like previously it was you go 2 items into tank, max 3 items into tank if you needed like Phantom Dancer because you're against a Giga range team or something like this. Now, your first item's back and your second is Terminus, which is an insane set of boosts for a champion like Vayne, especially with this kind of build. Goes straight into the HP of Warmogs, and what happens? Like, how do the enemy do anything to you? Their burst champions don't do anything to you. You're already really good into that anyway. And if they're DPS champions, you have the option to disengage in Vayne, get all of your fight back, and thus win any trade in the long-term worst-case scenario. It's a ridiculous champ. There's nothing the enemy can do at this point in time. Thoroughly misunderstood champion. The enemy is melee, and again, you're waiting on melee bot and melee top, so no matter what, you have a lane you can go into where you will have that range advantage. They can't do anything. Like, they can't. This isn't even a cook. An idiot could play this
Alex,
and win.
such a nice juke on the Solar Flare, able to get out as well. Baron started 9k HP. This has to be the moment if Verdant wants to get back into the ring of this game. But the Baron already gone. Now they are running for the hills. The bowling ball misses, and
Tank
that
Vayne
might
incoming.
be what gets Verdant out for now. Elric, no flash to find the engage, but TP's into the base. They're going towards Shihan, who's... How is Shihan this low?
Yeah, Alex on with the balance.
Let's see this. Habo, he has to stay alive. He's the one with the damage now, hitting Alaric, but I mean, the tanks being cut through in an instant now. Habo up, backs against the wall, build, looking for the kills. Nata is low, but not dead, and Ruddy are running forward, looking to secure that playoff spot. This was the win that they needed to get it over the line. With 3 games to spare, EMEA Master tickets about to be booked as that kill comes through. It is only Shihan against his former team who can try and deny this place from being torn to shreds. It's Shihan taken down by Alex and Nata. 10 kills for the Misfortune in the bot lane. Playoffs tickets booked. EMEA Masters tickets booked on top of it. Ruddy, they're going to playoffs.
Yep, Ruddy confirmed their playoffs for 4.3k gold lead on the Vayne and 4.9k gold lead on Misfortune. Definitely still gonna have to give MVP for the Nata, but Bill showing the power of that Vayne pick. It is invincible, it is idiot proof, it is nothing to do with, you know, if you mess up a little with Warmogs and Terminus, I'm sorry mate, you have to mess up a lot on that. Not very many champions can deal with it if you pick it in the right situations. Hope this isn't the last time you see it. And that final fight where he's running down the whole opponents was without Ghost. Normally you wait for Ghost before doing any team fights so you can run them down. You don't even need it because of that passive on your R. Brutal champion, hope we see more of it. Fantastic that Ruddy see the value.
Yeah, and with that, we'll throw to a short break, as when we come back, the desk will discuss how Ruddy locked that playoff spot.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
And with that, since we're talking about playoffs, Ruddy locks himself in playoffs. Which spot? We don't know until the end of the split. Somehow we're going to have tiebreakers. Don't worry about it. This is NLC Summer 2024. But also, somehow, Verdant had the beginning of the game. But then it was a ping-pong earthquake match that was complicated, right?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about this, Jerry, or do you want me to dive in? Because
Hit
I've
us,
got a
Jerry.
few things to say.
Jerry,
I'll let
hit
you go
us.
first.
First of all, I want to say, once again, I was right. We need to play the gif of make sure they bring me my money, because that's how I feel right now with my pickers. I'm winning. I'm doing it all. So realistically, I should just get all my predictions right today. That's how I'm feeling. Ruddy, they obviously take the win. Verdant, like I said a little bit earlier, I didn't think they were going to pull this one off. I didn't think they were going to beat Ruddy, and that obviously puts a stake in their chance to playoffs. Now they would need to win all 3, and for Venom Crest not to win at least 2. So, yeah, what can I say? It's not looking good for Veterans predictions earlier either.
No, I'm gonna deep dive a little bit into this game now.
Okay,
Because,
do it.
I have some concerns here. I think Ruddy played early game pretty tragic there. In fact, I don't really know what happened because I went to go get a drink, and when I came back, they were down 3 kills. The map seemed to be a little bit on fire. I literally looked away for 2 minutes, and when I looked back, another 3 kills had gone up, and it just felt like Ruddy were making quite a few fumbles in the beginning of the game, and honestly, shout out to Ruddy for their ability to pull that back, because they were definitely down at the start of that game, but Verdant just did nothing. They did nothing with the lead they got. It felt like they were making plays, and their game plan was to shut Alex down, and I know he didn't get MVP this game, but I genuinely do believe he was the reason Ruddy won this game. He absorbed so much pressure, multiple 3-man fights versus him. He'd do so much damage and so much work in those 1v3s that Verdant would then be forced to reset maybe 1 or 2 members. It would slow down their tempo, whatever they were going to do. And while Alex was eating the pressure of 3 members, his other 4 players were able to outpressure the remaining 2 members of Verdant around the map. And I think it was honestly they were putting too much attention on dealing with a Yone who wasn't really doing much other than eating pressure. So yeah, I got some concerns there for Verdant. I do think, you know, we were talking about this before the game started, but this was like a really needed win here for Verdant, and I think that spells a little bit of a bad omen for them going forwards.
Yeah, and I want to bring back one point that you mentioned before we even went into game as well. It's something you brought up on cast last week too. Ruddy, again, still haven't shown that clean macro. I will say there's still a lot of work they need to do before they get ready for that playoffs. I still think, again, a lot of their gameplay was quite scrappy. It was quite open team fights where people were picking off 1v1s and 2v2s rather than straight up 5v5s. So I will say I don't think they're exactly playoff ready just yet. And as Veteran did say earlier, I do think the aim now, especially for them locking, should be getting that mindset of being playoffs ready where you're clean enough so that if you do kind of get adapted against, you're ready to go, and you're ready to go all the way to take yourself to the winner of the playoffs, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters.
You know what? I'm gonna add on your addition. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna up 1 level. Every single time we look into NLC, the people like the team that goes to EMEA Masters looks clean. Like they destroy the entire league. And then we get there and we all know what happens. We get demolished. So maybe if we bring a team who's not clean at all, completely crazy, we're gonna win. So you know
Archer,
what? You go ready.
I've been around for a long time at this point.
not happening.
I've seen what happens. I've seen what happens when that team
not.
shows up. It's even worse. It's even worse every time.
Gosh!
I would love to have some faith. I really would love to see some faith. And the thing for me is, like, we saw a bit of that macro from Ruddy last week. A little bit. There was a taster. I know that it's there. I just want to see that they can prove that they can do it before we get to EMEA, because, let's be real, I'd be very surprised if they don't qualify for it. That is a big prediction this early on, because we're not even in playoffs yet, but I would be very surprised if Ruddy don't qualify by the end of playoffs. I'd truly be shocked if that was the case. But I want to see some macro from them before we get there, because they're going to be going up versus teams who are, frankly, a lot better than the rest of this league. They're going to be going up versus, you know, LFL versus second seeds. Actually, it's 4 seeds now, right?
Yes,
so
I was.
There is a wide
waiting.
pool of teams they're going to be playing versus.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've got some major regions playing there. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare, but I want to see them do well. So for them to do well, they need to prove to us that they can play a macro game, because you're not going to out-hands check first seed of LFL. That's just straight up not going to happen.
But for now, they're qualifying for playoffs for the NLC, and also talking about being the league, being the best. Let's show the best of the game itself. Who was the MVP for Ruddy? None other than Anata. He did it before, he does it again with 35% damage and a 10-1-9 KDI. Just letting you know, he's off by 1 kill. Previous game he had 11, he has 10. He's going downhill, man. Nobody can stop. I'm kidding. Ruddy gets that victory. And you were talking about predictions, okay, J-Real? You know what? We didn't show at the beginning of the show. Might as well show it right now. Let's see where the guest is. We have to. We have to do it, right? So, oh, look at this beautiful moment. It's Hashiram, the guest, and Middlecott believing in Blue Whites. Then it's an all-in for Ruddy. Why are you mad, Hiprain? You got 5 points already.
I can +2 today. Okay.
It's something.
It's something. A slight crawl forwards. Man, I had the Pantheon and everything, and it all went wrong. But Ruddy, yeah. I mean, I had 5 points in them this game. Last game. I was very confident in them. The Vayne had me a little nervous, I'm going to be honest. But like we said after Champ Select, while the nameplates were off, we were very much in Verdant's camp. But with nameplates on, we were very comfortable with Verdant. And I mean, we were saying, you know, it didn't look like she had actually really lost all that bad to the Vayne. And then the game ended, and I realized they had 1 kill participation. They were 0-3-1 on the Darius. So they obviously achieved absolutely nothing. So I guess I was wrong, and I was eating my words a little bit on that one. But yeah. +2 at the end of the day, I promise.
You know what I find exquisite about this is the fact that everybody went for DMG aside from Initialize. A DMG win locks them playoffs as well. Keep that in mind. I know everybody is looking at DMG, but only one individual win for Venom Crest. And this is interesting. The last time they met, Venom Crest won. Fierce was the MVP with the 7-0-1. Yeah. All lanes collapsed. DMG didn't even play the game. And now everybody believes DMG is going to make it. So, looking at you folks, Hiprain and J-Real, why do you believe DMG is going to take this so wholeheartedly? J-Real, let's start with you so you don't copy.
I think that there's just levels where... Oh, wrong match of the day. But either way, I'll go back to the question that you asked me. It's a sentiment where, like, I think realistically, we've had a lot of time in the league, right? So we're kind of moving forward. I feel like DMG have been able to kind of scale themselves up. Like Venom Crest, I do think looked really strong, and I think they are definitely a dangerous opponent. But there is just something about DMG for me that has just kind of been scaling more and more. But also, the most important reason is, as I said, I'm the Div 2 guy. DMG has Div 2 players. You know, shout out to Bucci, shout out to Namex. I've got to back the boys, so we've always got to get that one. You know, I'm not gonna be flippant about my choices. If it's Div 2, I'm gonna support you.
Wow.
I have mad respect for someone who could just be like, I'm going for the teams from the division below. If that's how you base your votes off, I got mad respect for that.
That's what I put on my side.
The reason I think DMG are gonna win this is DMG have just been arguably, I would say, easily the 3rd best team in the league. I think Nord are ever so slightly better than them, but like, honestly, we're talking fractions better. I think it's very, very close between them and Nord in power. I think DMG have just been consistently very, very good this split. And yes, they did lose to Venom Crest before, but I don't think that mistake is going to happen again. And I think DMG, while they've looked good all split, I also have seen improvement across that. And it's sometimes hard to track that when you just keep winning to see, oh, they actually are getting better, but they are getting better. And the biggest thing for me for why I voted DMG is Bucci. It's just Bucci's absolutely cracked.
I know we talked about landing multiple times at the beginning of the split, but by now I think the Bucci fan base has reached his peak. And if he gets his hand on Renekton or Xante or individuals like that, I think Bucci might carry this game alone. Like we hit that state. I'm
surprised that we haven't seen any Xante today. It got banned in the last game and just straight up didn't get picked in the first game. This game, I think if you're Venom Crest right now, you're like, this Xante cannot get through, or we're taking it. But then I feel like Bucci probably has an answer to this champ. He plays so well. In fact, I think we've seen an answer from him multiple times. There are things available that can go toe-to-toe with a Xante. But yeah, I think if you're Venom Crest right now, you're probably just looking to ban it out and just not even have to sweat or think about this pick, because Bucci is too good on the Cassante. Cassante is... I mean, we all know Cassante is a pretty uninteractive champion, ridiculously over-designed kit. And Bucci is a master of that over-designed kit, so... Yeah, that's my prediction going in picks and bans. I think there's a lot of the standard stuff like the Triss, the Corki that are going to be high priority, but for me, going into this, the Cassante is the highest priority pick for this entire game.
He played the Gragas. He likes to answer the Cassante with the Gragas, and he's quite powerful at that. He likes to joke around people with a Dummy Cinder and just burn him alive. The last time they met, though, it was not Bucci playing, so that's the reason why DMG probably got beat up. They brought in someone else at the top line. We talked about that week. That was an interesting week for DMG, and if they lock this one in, they get playoffs. If you make playoffs, you make EMEA Masters because there's 4 slots. Yeah, NLC has 4 slots. Talk about that, your brain.
Yeah, I was like, I was quite bold for me to say that Ruddy are going to get a spot, but like, let's be real, like getting a spot, of course they are. That's like
I was just giving you time
I totally
just to make it awkward.
There's 4 spots, even though I'm pretty sure I mentioned there was 4 spots at the beginning of this whole thing, this whole segment.
You started that discussion and you said that, well, we have 4 slots now, so and then you're like, I mean, maybe they can make EMEA Masters because they're on playoffs. We got 4 teams on playoffs.
You've worked with me long enough, Archer, to know that I'm a complete space cadet. Like, things fall out of my mind real quick.
Hey, same here. I'm Portuguese. So,
what does that have to do with anything? Is that a Portuguese trait?
Right, I'm taking the mic, guys. I'm taking the mic. I'm bringing it back. Okay, I'm going to say my piece. I'm saying this about DMG, right?
Yeah.
We talked about Bucci, right? I also think the other part of why I think they're such a good team is because they really do kind of just have all of their members able to carry, right? I think Bitse does a really good job of being able to kind of pick between playing around other people, and I feel like all of their moving parts can at some point be successful. But what I will say is the reason why I do think Venom Crest is so scary and why I said that I do believe they will actually make it through to playoffs as well earlier is because for me, and I do hope that everyone here has played FIFA or at least understands Ultimate Team terminology, but I feel like Venom Crest to me are an 84 rated team with 100% chemistry, right? I don't think it's about the star potential for this team, right? I think they're all just equally good. They're not like necessarily the greatest players. They're not the Ronaldos of these teams, right? But what they do is they play very, very well together, and I think they harmonize super well, which is what we saw against Ruddy when they were taking them on in those 5v5 team fights, and they were starting to tip that balance, and they almost won that game.
I understood everything you said, and I like it. I know Hip Brain understood nothing of it, but I understood everything, by the way, Jibril. That was a really good analysis. It makes sense, sense. Like, Fierce is another person that we need to keep our eyes on. Sketrot is an amazing individual, but obviously Fierce, if he's capable of pulling his Echo yet again, we only saw that once, and it was devastating. And by the way, it was versus the MG. So when we look into the champion select and the picks and bans, is there anything we need to highlight from both these teams we should keep our eyes on? And for those of you back at home saying, Caster, start the game, this is not our fault, by the way. I just want to let you know, if you want to blame anyone, blame Duckling.
It is Duckling's actually the one starting the lobby. I don't know what he's doing.
I sent him multiple DMs, and yeah, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, classic.
It says technical pause. It says technical pause down at the bottom, but it's actually Duckling's. Yeah. Duckling's gone away.
And he's not a technical individual.
He went to try and find a meal deal in Denmark. You know, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I don't know if he's found one soon. You know, maybe he'll be back soon. Maybe later. You never know.
Also, if there's any concerns back at home, we love Duckling. Duckling is safe within us. Like, if you have anything to say in concern of his safety, Duckling, say anything. See, he's okay with us. So,
he's fine.
When we look into the champion select, is there anything we should keep our eyes on aside from the Echo?
I'm looking at mid lane at the moment, right? Not because I have a particular pick in mind, but I just want to see something different. You know, get rid of the Corki, man. Get rid of the Tristana.
Yeah.
I want to see, I want to see something different, man. Like, we've got picks like Jace has been played, LeBlanc's been played, Echo's been played. You know, we have the Hui potentially being played, right? Like, come on, let's get some freshness. You know, open up the windows of your champion pool and let some new stuff in.
Are you not happy with the AD mids?
I hate these AD mids. I'm a LeBlanc main. I absolutely love it. Tristana versus LeBlanc is not a fun matchup for the LeBlanc. The Corki is a little bit more playable, but even so, that's pretty miserable. So you'd have to have both of those champs out of the pool to really pick it up. And then also you got to think about What are you playing into? What's it actually going to offer? Finally, we're into Champ Select, so we can stop filling.
Thank you,
As much
Duckling.
as I want to see a LeBlanc mid, I do think there's going to be emphasis on this Corki, this Tristana. These are the pretty standard stuff. If one of them is banned out, like you said, J-Ron, in the last Champ Select, things like the Lucian are still technically there and available as answers to those picks. But so far, it's the Senna, it's the Ivern, the Rumble getting banned away. Rumble, obviously, very, very high priority at the moment, especially paired up with that Rel. Where you have the Equalizer Magnet Storm combination available to you. There's the Jace ban though, and so far a lot of the big champs have been left open. Now Venom Crest may leave the Cassante open at first pick it for Lenny if they want, and to deny from Bucci.
And I want to say something quickly, a little bit off the W draft before we see the finalized bans. Artron, you'll like this a lot actually. Shout out to Tibby and Omega because they told me this. But apparently in Portuguese, you know, when you're filling time, you're actually stuffing the chorizo. You know, that's apparently the saying.
Yes, it is.
It
is a saying.
Yeah,
Encher o chouriço. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, bringing a bit of Portuguese to the desk. Yeah, shout out. We're pretty good at that apparently on our desk. But either way, back onto the draft, back onto the bans. Carthus and Brand gone. I'm not sad about it. I like a little bit of flavor, but man, again with the Corki picks first.
You'll get both. Bring it up to Tristana.
This is probably just going to be... okay, so Skateross got the Yone instead of the Trist up. The Sejuani's picked up here now. I like this Sedge pick because it's flexible. It also synergizes very well with Skate Rot if it does go in the jungle. You probably look at some kind of melee top laner as well, and suddenly Bitsy can play all over the map. But if they don't have a favorable top lane matchup available to them, they can put the Sedge up there and pick themselves an AP jungler. Obviously, the Brand and the Calf is taken away means Lilia shoots up a little bit more. So does this Maokai getting picked up here for Fear Castus. I don't expect to see that flex about anybody else. And I'm curious whether or not Venom Crest go for a support here, or they just look to try and blind a comfortable top and hope that this is something like a Cassante is available to them and they can just deny that from Bucci.
Ooh, so we already have the window closed. You already know where both are going. But with the Sejuani, you were talking about that. This is so interesting because if you bring another melee into the top line, you can get that Sejuani proc if she goes to the jungle or even the support. We've seen it before. And Skaterot so far 100% with AD champions in mid lane. Win rate. Just letting you know. Final pick before we head on to the second rotation of bans.
Cassante is not banned.
Yep,
Cassante
it's another
not banned
melee.
at all.
It's
You
melee,
could pick it up here. You could pick up an ADC. Nope, there it is. Cassante. No surprises. We said we were going to see Cassante in this game. Bucci is, I would say, the best Cassante in the league. So understandable that they picked that one up and now looking to pick up things that will be able to go toe-to-toe with it. You said there's this Gragas, which Bucci actually plays in answer to it. The Camille's a pretty decent lane as well. There's Gwen. There's a few things up and available that they could look to take away. My major concern right now, though, for DMG is they are very AD heavy. They don't actually have an AP champion here. The Kai'Sa being picked up by Venom Crest also denies the ability for like kind of a flex AP bot lane for them. So I'd be interested to see what they're going to pick up going into the next stage, into this where they're looking for their bot lane entirely here.
They could go for the Gwen, for instance, into the top side. It has been popping in terms of popularity in other leagues. We've seen it before.
Now.
And it's gone. So it's doomed. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, there are other answers. The Zac is another champion that Lenny plays and he's comfortable with it. And I know of someone who likes the Zac, so if it gets picked, J-Real, it's yours.
Yeah, I am a jungle main with it, but Zac Top is also a banger. You know, it's a great champion. It's really fun to play. Not so fun to be played against you, but you know what? Cry tears. You know, there's a lot of champions people don't like playing against. So either way, I hope it does get picked up. But what I am interested about is how DMG round the comp off. Because part of me is like, maybe you just go full team fight, right? Maybe you go Samira and then like another engaged support. But I think Misfortune maybe the easier, more simple pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking towards Venom Crest here. Things like the Nautilus is probably a pretty comfortable go-to. Paired it up with the Kai'Sa. Now looking towards the top side. Is Nativz? No, okay, he's not a psycho.
I wish.
He's looking into Lucian here for himself. And yeah, I feel like Nautilus for Venom Crest is probably going to be the a pretty comfortable pickup. Leona is also up and available as well, so we could just see a trade of that. Still, very lacking in AP on the side of DMG. So top side, things like the Malphite, probably going to be a pretty comfortable pickup here for their top lane. there's going to be the Nautilus lock, and they are thinking about the Rel. Actually love the
Makes
Poppy.
sense.
That could go support, that could go top. We'll find out momentarily, but there is a lot of movement, a lot of dashes available on DMG, and that steadfast presence is just going to shut the whole team down. Really, really big pickup there from Venom Crest.
Everybody has a dash. Everybody is denied in a team fight if that is well used. So high value, but you have to finish it. And if you steal away the Nautilus, that is going to be even more interesting.
Okay, I like it. Also, percent HP on the Q as well for Poppy, so it should be able to fight out the Cassante. Also, a deceptively high amount of damage in the early game, so maybe if Bucci isn't careful, could get caught out a little bit. But I am wondering what DMG want to round it off with. Obviously, Melio, a very common one. The Nami as well could definitely go with the Lucian. I'm surprised they've gone to send it so hard on the bot lane, but you know what? I'm here for it. Like, I really like this. I think Namitz is a really, really good player. So I think realistically, putting a lot of eggs in that basket could set them up very well. And if you shut down Lindegaard on this Kai'Sa, it would be massive for DMG.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, let me know if you still believe in predictions. Everybody was going for DMG as stuff from Initialize, and a lot of points were put in on predictions. So, Hip Ryan, are you still comfortable with DMG, or do you believe Venom Crest can make it?
I think the Melio is the difference maker. I think if they picked Leona or some kind of engaged support, I would have been a little bit worried. But having that shielder, having that healer, the person who's going to give the extra range to Namex, I think that was the difference maker here. And I'm feeling comfortable just off that pick. I think it rounds out the team very nicely. I don't think Venom Crest have a bad team, though. I think Venom Crest actually have a very, very solid team. That Poppy, unbelievably high value champion for them. It makes them that and the Nautilus just make this like big AoE zone of control, which you just can't step into because you're walking into Steadfast Presence or you're walking into the hook range of the Nautilus. I think Venom Crest have a very good team, and I think this is a very solid draft from them, but I'm still confident in DMG. They're a very capable team.
J-Real.
Yeah, I'm still pretty confident with my prediction, right? I put 3 points on DMG. I still feel like it's very much in my hands. I will say that Poppy is definitely the one on my mind because the way I'm looking at the draft, the way I'm looking at the picks, I'm expecting a lot of pressure in the bot side of the map for DMG, right? Really just playing for that Lucian, get them ahead early, and also playing around that mid lane. So if you get Yone ahead, well, ADCs, we saw it in the last game, they're going to get fried. But you then leave Bucci on an island, and teams have decided to play for Bucci and really try and put him behind. And obviously, Cassante, so dangerous, but if they do fall too far behind, maybe there's a bit of a pivotal exchange that can't be dealt with. And then if in the late game, Poppy could obviously mess up things like the Lucian. So I do think there is definitely a lot of potential for that top lane to really make a big statement here for Lenny to kind of bring back those glory moments from the old days. But at the end of the day, I think I'm still confident with DMG. I think they got a lot of comfort and they got a good setup.
The Costs are looking for Division 2. Getting that props up. Hip Ryan, you talked about Division 3, but you know what? I'm going to support the unknown individuals that are not part of any division. Duckling, and also Veteran, the man with a plan. Take it away.
Welcome over to the cast. There's the man with the plan, by the way. What's your plan now, Veteran?
My plan now is to sit, wait, and watch because I forgot what the juggle with DMG locked in was. Which if it wasn't an insane one, I think they had like a pretty bad damage going into Poppy. Now it's like annual tanks, but at the same time, Venom Crest, they don't have that much range, right, with going 40 plus ISO. But they have so much lockdown, so much concentrated lockdown for the otherwise fairly high mobility champions of Yone and Lucian. I honestly feel like this is Venom Crest, right? Both sides have their disadvantages, and both sides have their advantages, so I'm struggling to see what that advantage actually is inside DMG. I guess the fact that they are one win up, they are technically the best team going into it. There you go, let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens as we get into the game. Game number 3 of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. A very important one for both of these teams. Not will qualify for playoffs, or not, what am I saying? DMG, rather, sorry, will qualify for playoffs if they win this game. Venom Crest, though, a tough opponent who are also fighting for a playoff spot themselves, while Verdant and Nativz, or Nativz completely out of playoff space. I do believe Verdant are out of it as well, to be maybe not mathematically, but their chances are now near to none. Lundqvist Lightsider, however, just behind Venom Crest at a score of 5-5. So Venom Crest want to get that 7th win on the board and also keep their chase up for top 2. As remember, top 2 is into the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was the Sejuani. It is the Sejuani. So yeah, I do think you have a fairly big risk on DMG. I think Venom Crest, they're able to control them at all points. They're able to get damage back afterwards. So as long as Lingard and Fierce just play not passive, but just they don't need to take unnecessary risks, I feel like they just naturally win out on this game, short of Namex just putting on absolute clinic, right? When it comes to the 2v2 1v1 stage, a lot of things can happen. And maybe they just stomp so hard they get to play away from a lot of the heavy crowd control they'd be otherwise playing into on Venom Crest. Maybe you can split them up and have a lead. You can get advantages that way as the side of DMG.
DMG.
Thoughts, how are you?
I'm looking at the bottom at the moment, seeing Simpy take a few auto attacks. I'm a bit nervous, to be honest. I've messed up one of my predictions today. Hopefully
We all
catch up
have.
on the other predictions, unless you're Ashram and Hip Brain. I think not Hip Brain.
J-Real.
J-Real, yeah, smurfing
Yeah, the
so far
guest.
on the desk. As yeah, it's a big game, right? It's in the down moments at the moment. Of course, we're just heading on to the Rift here. I'm analyzing to the best of my limited ability. Luckily, I have you beside me, Veteran. Why are you not coaching anymore, by the way? Because you've coached the LEC team.
Yeah, this is wow. There's like no simple answer to that question. Actually, there's a simple answer to that question. I just haven't been given the level of roster control that I would like. That's basically it. Most of that is in the hands of managers now, who oddly enough you are interviewing with. So you are saying, I want to do a major part of your job. Yeah, that doesn't typically leverage yourself into a position.
So,
Well,
so what I'm hearing you say, that if you were a head coach, you'd also do the manager's job. So you 2-for-1 combo deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So if I got to interview the owner, I feel like I would be cleanly in.
Yeah, and let that be known to the world then. Bring Veteran back to the LEC and let him cook.
Yeah, let me cook.
Yeah, maybe we could get Dart out of Fnatic and maybe you'll help us win some trophies finally.
What is this conversation, by the way?
Nah, I'm just saying. I mean, I've seen the Dado haters in the Fnatic forums all the time. He's not a main with a plan, that is for sure. As Pizza has a plan of getting the Scuttle, the Smite is available, won't be able to secure it. I think that went over to Theocax, and now Pizza in trouble as well. First blood secured by the jungler of Venom Crest. That's a very good start to improve those playoff chances even further.
Yep, speaking of being as forward as you are being right now, one man decided to join you with that. Bitse, knowing that he did not have the lane priority on bot side.
2-for-2 here, 2v2 here though. Lingard already used the barrier. Barrier still available from Namex. Flash available as well. They could find a 2v2 kill here, and they do. Is there another one up on the menu? No. Flash or sums. Namex though still has the barrier. Namex still has barrier. When will he use it? Next auto attack, it has to come through. He auto attacks minions twice, but it still gets the kill. Top lane though. Solo bolo for Lenny.
Okay, so it is collapsing in a solo lane, like singular lane v lane sense. But it's going quite even on both sides. I would much prefer to be Namex with that gold lead rather than Popster with the gold lead, though. Namex managing to nab the straight 2v2 kill and put the wave in an extremely strong state for him. However, Kaiser able to get that recall. Simpy on the Nautilus able to get that recall ahead of their opponents. If they're able to fight them now, they should be able to either get the wave fix or just straight get the kill. So you can see Milio's the only one that's being left in lane here to try to maintain that freeze while Namex comes back in. Hopefully before the wave straight crashes. Not quite sure what the wave is looking like on bot side right now. All I am being told is that StillSeas is the king. They have won more than 100 awards. They use my favorite color, which is orange.
You
know
love
my favorite color
orange?
is orange. Yeah, orange.
I didn't know that actually. That's a fun fact. My color is certainly not orange. Although it is a nice color though. I will say,
I love
way
green
better
as
than
well.
yellow. I'm not a big fan of the color yellow.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it is about yellow, but like with favorite colors, it's like a feeling. You know, I don't know. Like yellow feels off. You know, I don't know why.
That's a good point.
Orange though, love it.
This Drake now off the Rift, as that's the first Drake for Venom Crest. As Bucci's back in lane of being solo boloed by Lenny. More points on my fantasy team. I want to get back to the bot lane conversation though. Very interesting to see what he has been able to buy in Nativz. A BF sword already secured and another large sword there as well. A lot of damage, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yep. A lot of damage indeed. I still much prefer to be DMG given the opening salvos of the game. 700 gold on towards that Lucian, on that BF, on that longsword. A lot of immediate onboard burst, which is why you see this attempt coming in hard and fast.
I think Nativz is simply just dead here. Very good gank from Theo Cactus. The ultimate is still available, doesn't need to use it. Lingard gets gifted the killer's one in the mid lane though. Fierce is in trouble, has the flash and smartly finds a way out of trouble. It's 2 good plays for Venom Crest in a row.
There you're seeing the control problem with that Maokai, with that Nautilus, going to get much harder once Nautilus his 6 as well and is able to press R. And Kai'Sa on her 6 going to be able to rely on that setup to then engage from much further
underneath
away.
the turret.
Snappy.
Oh, the turret is dealing a lot of damage now. Simply 2 shots nearly killing him, but Lingard finds his 2nd kill of the game as the game now paused. This is not my fault, by the way, guys. Blame it on Ashram.
Oh, okay.
Probably took a crap on the servers, to be honest, or something. I don't know, because Pantheon didn't win the first game.
Probably, yes. I mean, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense, to be honest with you.
What else do you think the Analyst is doing right now when they're not on the show, man?
I don't know, man. I really don't know what they're doing. I really don't know. I know that, I mean, did they, it sounded like they were leaning more in favor of DMG's composition when all of the utility and... Yeah, I mean, all of the utility and damage, I feel like, is on the left side of the draft, especially now. Like, it's just so difficult to get out those autos if you have this many point and clicks dealing with you as solution, right? That cleanse from Millia only goes so far. It doesn't really count at all towards knockups, and most of that stuff coming out is knockups. That's why you don't see the cleanse on my boy. Otherwise, like, if it could be useful this game, I feel like he would have taken it. So leaving that Nautilus open, especially the Maokai already being locked in, very dangerous scenario DMG put themselves in here.
Why is the overlay saying duckling delay? I'm not the one delaying this. I'm not the one delaying this.
I love that the producers are in on the joke. What did you do to Archon? Like, why does Archon have this vendetta against you? No big.
I guess it's because I don't know. I don't even talk bad about. I don't even say bad things about Portugal. I do say a lot of bad words about England though, so maybe that's why the English folks aren't too pleased. But Portugal. Mr. Portugal.
We just like Archon.
Yeah. It's a fine country. I've been to Portugal. It's nice. I've been to the UK as well. London's a bit of a shithole. Leicester's good though. Banging city. No. I'm saying it with a straight face, by the way. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean anyone who doesn't like London just outs themselves as being extremely boring. So
boring.
Yeah.
What do you know about being boring, actually?
Precious little, mate. I live in London.
Bucci, by the way, he's really struggling up with the top lane matchup. Lenny is heavily winning this as. Now they're gonna go for another move. The ultimate is missing, no fake sealed, and maybe that's the reason why Fierce just easily walks it off. Game kind of flipped on its head. Now go on.
Popster is slamming Bucci on top here. My man's is not really getting the chance to beat, especially with how much commotion's happening on bot side.
Santa looks woeful.
Yeah, I mean, Bitsy's spending most of the game on that bot side of the map there, and this is giving Lenny so much freedom to just slam as much as he can on Bucci. And Bucci, he just has to take it. He can't trade back in kills. Getting this proxy situation is as good as he's going to get. And Popster, honestly, probably feeling good about the possibility of just slamming him with that R to get out, and also to deny Cassante as much gold as possible under the tower. We'll see if he actually does go for that, as once again, Bitsy does something on the bot side. It's like, Bucci, you're on your own, buddy. Alright, just keep being completely useless. Lenny, you know, he needs a bit of emotional support up there. Just let him have it on you. You're his emotional support doll. He's being run around like one, as Bitsy trying to find something on Simpy and Lingard, but not going to be able to find anything. So long as Lingard, so long as Fierce, they just play back. They play a bit safe, right? They don't really need to care about too much stuff. It does look like the R went down from Lenny. I think Bucci got denied some more from that. My God, man! I think he can go for the kill here.
Yeah, Oh, the E though, that's very nice. Bucci to get out of harm's way for now. Level 9 needs to come soon for him. If he is to make it out to safety, he's just gonna walk instead and stop it right there. Good bit of trade here from Nativz, but now he oversteps his welcome, and it instantly gets turned on its head. Lingard chasing after the kills. That glacial prison goes oh so wide. Pizza, what are you cooking?
Goes into an even state, but Lingard's going to be able to fix bot wave there. Namek sees the autos coming down, thinks he might be able to greed for some more. Popster denying Bucci even more on top side, looking to nab that recall, looking to just walk in on top now. Mid lane being relatively calm, given that we essentially have an assassin versus a fighter. No assassinations and not really that much fighting.
Not true. Not much fighting at a fair point, as that is a play for DMG. That's Bucci. Now get some free time up in the top lane as well, but look at the solo difference that Lenny has just made so far. 800 gold ahead, even with the plate helping out a bit. Trying to put Bucci back into relevancy this game. Obviously, K'Sante is K'Sante, and should become relevant enough at some point, but yeah, I mean, Venom Crest feel like they have just control of the game at the moment, even with this goalie not being that big.
Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of a goal lead at 10 minutes is actually fairly big, to be honest. I'll be 1.5k gold lead at 10 minutes is kind of insane.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Where the gold is though does matter for that. It's on Poppy, it's on Maokai. Popster doesn't really need a gold lead to be able to be useful. She's useful by virtue of being into this many dashes on her opponents. Simpy, Venom Crest, they exist, yep, but Simpy has R still. Bear that in mind. He's an R delivery bot. Actually, no, it doesn't have R. I'm chatting. Complete S.
Lines, man. Not quite connecting for now, as the Drake will be stopped. The first one had already gone over to Venom Crest's favor. Now DMG restarted. It's only
R up in
half
the sec.
HP. What is happening? I think this is something that Venom Crest are very happy with. They might just get it here. Yeah.
4, 3,
okay, so they get the
2,
Drake.
1.
No TPs from any of the top laners. Here comes Lenny though. Namek dealing a bit of damage as down goes Skate Rod. This fight is looking horrible. DMG have exactly overstayed. Venom Crest rather finding what they want as Pizza. Lucky to be alive. Since Venom Crest to get a kill and a Drake.
Yep, grabbing kill, grabbing Drake. The moment that R came up on Simpy, just slammed it on Namex, interrupted Namex kind of in the middle of the R. That's really got most of the channel off, but does do a good job controlling him regardless. And you're seeing how difficult this Venom Crest composition can be to break, especially with Lingard's on full HP. No flashes burned except for Lenny on the side of Venom Crest, whereas full flashes down on the side of DMG with the sole exception of Skaterot, who died.
What do DMG do now? Because it feels like the Venom Crest have this game in their pocket already, to be honest. Like, they feel in control, and by a mile.
I mean, it's difficult. You'd want to play away from the CC, but what lane are you going to play into? You're not against Poppy, you're not against Maokai, and you're not against Nautilus. It's difficult. Catch Fierce out in solo, maybe catch Simply and Fearcax out when they don't have their damage near them. That could also be a possibility. These are the things they want to do, but it's not like they have the ability to take fast fights. The lack of burst on DMG is very loud in its silence. Skater and Namex, they're not known for their assassination potential, they're known for their potential over a longer series of trades, a longer series of fights. So, precious few options. It does feel like a back to the drawing board scenario for DMG in terms of a red side draft. They could maybe do something on the map on bot side here, but for Poppy, who has an ultimate coming up soon, it looks fairly easy on the next set of waves in terms of her options for delaying the turret taking on the bot side. Bitzer moving in, Lenny fully aware of it. We could see a potential for an outplay here. You need to kill him on this way because he has ultimate up really soon.
What will Lenny do to escape the situation? We're focusing on the top lane instead, I guess. Bucci's finding himself in a very similar situation. You could interrupt a bit of the CC, but there's simply too much of it.
Wow.
Wow. Damn, Venom Crest, man. How do you play against this composition? Very nice execute dive.
They're now going to be ahead on that topside tower for sure, especially because Lenny, he has ultimate up again now, so worst case scenario, if he just wants to delay, he can just slam that wave away, but he's thinking, no, we already have tempo, I can save this, I can move back, I can play and chill. The fact that he had that 1k gold lead doesn't necessarily matter because of stuff like this. All Lenny really needs to do is he just needs to defend this bot tower, and once he has ultimate there, it's very easy to force him to take the full aggro of the tower on their dive attempts. Lenny, fully happy to be weak siding here, but is any side really weak for Venom Crest at this point?
No.
Sure, maybe there isn't that much damage on every side, but trying to attack something like Lenny while playing with this many dashes as DMG, does it really feel feasible? I really don't think it does.
This game feels unplayable for DMG, to be honest, man. Holy
it does.
moly. Venom Crest are cooking them up. It's insane because the goalie, yes, it is pretty big for 50 minutes in, as you say, but this feels almost insurmountable. It's so hard to see DMG getting anything, even when they try to, as Venom Crest cleanly get the dive, get the turret that they came for, man. They're on cloud 9 at the moment.
Really? Wow, that's a pretty dramatic shift for that org.
Come on. Oh, I just knew you'd make a pun of it, but yeah, okay. Go ahead.
I always knew you were a simpy for the big orgs.
God, you're a horrible man. You
They can always rely on your fierce support.
Yeah, can we get this guy off broadcast, please? Give me someone else. Get hit printed even, that'd be better. Imagine
My
me and him
presence
having
here-
an
my
analytical discussion, by the way. That wouldn't work out well. I'm saying that because I'm saying that for the both of us.
Okay, you deserve whatever Hitbrain says to you on the.
What do you
on the
mean,
death
man?
deck. I'm sorry, that was toxic. That was.
I'm flaming us both equally.
You don't get to kamikaze and say that it's not an aggressive act. Right? That's not. How
That's
it works.
crazy. You had to put the kamikaze in there. As the rift continues to be the rift. Yeah.
The Rift does continue to be the Rift. It's just that, like, DMG, they're unlikely to start Giga accelerating unless they think they have a good catch. I assume this will turn to a staring contest unless Venom Crest decide they have the angle. Because they have some very easy ones here. if
Very far
DMG's
forward,
damage
he's
ever
just
plays
caught
in
out.
range.
Look at the
There we
CC chain.
go.
He can't be moved. It's such a good Joni ultimate, but it simply doesn't matter. For now, they're trying to burn through the carry. Simpy has been found up, but look, DMG health bars are low as well.
Oh my
It's certainly a
God.
fight that Venom Crest can win.
Oh
DMG
my
got everything they
God.
wanted, but Venom Crest are the ones claiming the prize. They've found 2 already, lost none.
Yep, the damage just isn't there, but the turn is always there for Venom Crest. They
Wow.
always have another form of crowd control moving up. The Nort R was down, Simpy getting another good engage. But that counter engage by Sedge, it looked like it could have done something with Skatebot. Looked like it could have done something. But my god, it just barely didn't. Skatebot just took down Nautilus. Simpy doesn't to decide, but that Infernal Drake, they're going to decide it's a good enough trade for it. 8-3 right now with Triple Drake, Soul Point, denied 6 scrubs, ahead on the map here. That mid tower gonna fall in an auto attack. Looks like Venom Crest gains the close. I can't remember who it is that bet on Venom Crest this game, because I'm very sure I checked and only one person had done so. So shout outs to that guy. Gonna be a very happy day for him.
Yeah, a bad day for my predictions, to be honest. It was a very even day in terms of, I think, how close I thought the games would be. So I decided to put 3 points in every game, saying they're all equally hard to predict. One thing though that I did not predict was Venom Crest just crushing DMG this heavily. I knew obviously Venom Crest are a good team. I like J-Real's FIFA Ultimate Team reference with the 84 rated 100 chemistry. Sadly though, FIFA is no longer FIFA, it's called EA Sports FC, and the chemistry system has changed, so you can have a maximum of 33 dumb decisions all around from that company, but it's nothing unusual for them, as maybe this is gonna sound rude, but maybe some dumb decisions have been made in the draft for DMG because this game feels just unplayable.
And we do see some potential of GMG though, right? It being a 5v5, oh, Venom Crest are like, buddy, please move up. Please move up. Oh, I honestly thought Simpy might just go on Bitzer there. Bitzer thinks he has an opening Nativz.
And damage.
Not
wasn't
getting
there.
the ultimate out of Lucian there, though, pretty big deal. Like, Namex probably should have just pressed R and gone all in, because in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. Fierce crashing off tier 2 top, Poppy crashing off tier 1 on bot. You kind of have to make a play here. So with the theory that Bitzer's running with, I somewhat agree. You have to fight. You can't get it in the 5v5, but maybe in the 3v3s, 2v2s you can.
We'll have to look for these different angles, you could say. With Bougie trying to defend this top lane turret, it's not going to plan really, as yeah, this charge will come through from the Herald. The turret gone as well. Won't get another charge though, so will be stopped. The enemy strikes by Pizza and Bucci. The research now coming through from Venom Crest. They have a Baron they could look forward to in 20 seconds. Maybe this is where DMG do that last stand, but I'm not sure how they will win it.
3v3, 2v2, I think that's the way to do so. Like, on its own, Lingard v Namitz, that would have been a good example. Could have had a running practical example on the screen, but on their own, Namitz versus Lingard, that can still go in Namitz's favour in the right circumstances. In a 2v2 and a 3v3, with any combination of these champions, I think you do have a situation where either Venom Crest have a lot of CC but very little damage, or a lot of damage but very little crowd control. In both those circumstances, DMG suddenly do have a good lineup. But Venom Crest aren't giving that to them. They're going on 5. If they're not going on 5, they're playing very patiently because they know they have a map lead. And with that map lead, they're happy to shift into that 5-man on these big objectives like that Drake and probably like this Baron, and definitely with this incoming soul in 2 waves time, you are going to see that infernal soul on the map and both sides be like, DMG wants something before.
They want Lingard and they have to get something here. TPs are coming in though.
Oh my god.
Now the puppy has arrived, the damage has been turned back, and it is Bitzer forced to flash up Bucci in the front line still for a few more seconds. Steals Fierce, but they can't take anyone down. They don't have the damage, and Venom Crest yet again running amok. A double kill for Lingard. Yeah, this game is done.
Yep, DMG with a bits of pill to swallow there as Sejuani unable to find the full I'm doing your job for you, you're the one that should be coming up with the puns again. Whereas they are able to find another strong fight, but that was the moment DMG knew for sure that in 2 waves time they're gonna be all in on that Drake. They at least need to be burning summoners now, if nothing else. They can get a full catch, brilliant, but they weren't even able to get that. Lingard still with full summoners, Simpy still with full summoners, Fierce with his flash about to come up, Lenny with his flash about to come up. The only flash that they were able to burn was Maokai's. It's not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, Namitz, 0 flash whatsoever. Bitzer, 0 flash whatsoever. That's going to be a big deal because in 40 seconds it's the soul. Venom Crest have the Baron, they can set up for it. You want to be able to engage in it, but Namitz, no barrier, no flash, no nothing. Makes that fight very, very hard now. They wanted at least the sums trade. They weren't even able to get that. Maybe a kill, they can't get that. My god, DMG, they're fighting a brick wall.
Yeah, we can't get any kills. This is absolute insanity we're watching. Venom Crest are destroying DMG, who are that 1 game away from playoffs. This will heavily boost the chance of Venom Crest securing that spot in playoffs. Remember, top 4 is EMEA Masters, top 2 is a space in the upper bracket and an extra life in the playoffs as well. As Namitz desperately trying to do something called damage. I'm not sure he knows what it is though, as he's not doing much with this game.
I mean, Scale will try to trade on the map here, at least getting something, some kind of standing gold. That bounty helping you when you are behind on the map by trying to give you the gold to be able to fight your way back through, but it's great. It's just essentially going uncontested over to the side of Venom Crest right now. They're happy to trade that tier 1.
Oh! He stops him! He buys 5 more minutes of time before he goes down to Pierce. Still though, that is actually pretty big.
That's big. That was absolutely a game over if they were able to get that soul for free, so hats off for Vitzer there. DMG now playing really full top side of the map. Bucci trying to make sure he doesn't at least give an engage angle. If he can catch someone, separate someone, Lingard is very low right now. If you can get him, it's probably a very free burst.
Yeah, Lingard, as you say, half HP, but free burst, I'm not too sure about it though, as the lack of damage from DMG is shocking. 23 minutes in, the goal lead is 10k, and it will only continue to grow as they push in with the final 40 seconds of this Baron buff.
Yep. Venom Crest moving in. DMG trying to split them apart. Trying to get their teamwork to do something here. You see their skater up, trying to make the catch. Trying to find something. If they can find something, it would be great, but it's very difficult. And all the Venom Crest, they honestly have the option to just press B if they really want to. Yes, they didn't get that soul, but they'll get it next time, and they know they can win a 5v5 on either of those objectives. They were able to cheat. DMG were able to cheat their way out of a loss at 25. But the game is not over yet, and it's still very much in favor of Venom Crest. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. My predictions are doing pretty badly though. As Lingard 3 items, 3.5 on fear. So look at the items on DMG's carries. 2.5 spread there. It's not looking too good as yeah, I'm running out of ways to say that Venom Crest are dominating this game. At this point, we all know exactly what's happening, and it's been happening for the past 15 minutes. The Okax finds Pizza. Follow-up damage will of course be here, but it is Venom Crest that goes forward because they have all the damage that they could need. Pizza though able to go up for now, and DMG happy to have survived. Just a few ultimates, but every man is out safe.
Yep, DMG, they're working together, trying to find something here on that play.
Oh, that's a good hook actually, Snubby.
Oh,
Forced to flash and heal.
yeah.
Bucci's looking for the flank. They're missing a lot of ultimates now, DMG, but it seems like they might want to go for something. They've found their target, it's Theocax. But instead, Bucci takes him away from the whole team. Into the waiting hands of Venom Crest they went, and it's Lingard who gets the kill. And now they will break open the bases. Pizza is next on the menu, double kill. Could this be even more for Lingard, who killer instincts forward? It's 3, it is 4. This could be the Panther, but Scumbag Lenny denies it. As Venom Crest will get their 7th win of the split and take a massive step closer to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a ridiculously one-sided game. They had all the crowd control, they had all the damage that they needed, so long as they kept moving, they just ran around as that unit. Otherwise, they played to make sure their opponents didn't get any advantage at any point where they were isolated. Played it beautifully, but what a threatening composition, and honestly, feels like what a misstep in draft from the side of DMG there. Not really leaving them very many options, and Venom Crest really showing how few options they had with their play. Shoutouts to all of the utility guys there. Lenny kind of bullying Butchie off towards the top side there. Think Theocax and Simpy, either of them could be my MVP choices there. Simpy was going really aggressive, really good with his timings, especially with that R coming up of cooldown. And really, the talk of the day is all that crowd control they had, that uncounterable element that they had. You could take Cleanse if you wanted, you could take Millie if you wanted. Not going to do anything versus a composition like that.
Yeah, this was a dominating victory, and to think that these were two top teams going head-to-head, crushing blow here for DMG, who could have locked their playoff spot today, but elation for Venom Crest as they take one massive step closer to getting that playoff spot. But for now, we'll turn to a small break. When we come back, the analysts will round out this game and get us ready for final one of the day. See you after the break.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's less so we go do.
Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. I got fire and passion. Fire and
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. DMG could have solidified their position for playoffs. They couldn't. And Venom Crest are still fighting. The shadow is no longer a shadow. It's an opportunity for them at the end of the rainbow. But let's talk about this game before we move forward, because this was an interesting one. We expected DMG to win. Everybody was looking at DMG champion select. What happened?
Venom Crest played very, very well. They had a strictly better draft. I think this has been an issue we've seen multiple times today, where teams just draft all AD, forgetting that tanks are a thing in the game, and they can then just easily itemize for it. That was a major issue. I just also think DMG didn't play very well this game. They looked very scrambled, very miscoordinated. Nothing seemed to have a clear goal. And then eventually, I mean, they just couldn't hurt the Poppy. Like, that Poppy was just eating damage, and, you know, Bucci, who was the guy I had all my faith in, went 0-4. It just crumbled. It just completely crumbled for DMG and built gap Bucci, which is something I didn't expect to see.
Yeah, I will say the Poppy, it was what I talked about before, right? Going in, I said the Poppy would be the key factor. It could be a real crumbling moment because it does a lot of damage. It could potentially neutralize the Cassante, and it went that one step further than I even expected, which was just neutralizing essentially everyone in the game. But also, I feel like there wasn't that kind of priority that I would have expected from DMG around Namex to play for that bot side. They kind of had an early success. They got 2 kills early on, but then we didn't really see a lot of ganks. We didn't really see a lot of plays, and actually on the flip side, we did see Venom Crest really invest in getting ahead that Kaiser and really shutting down the Lucian, which obviously ended up being a little bit of a difficult situation when you then had Lenny, who was just essentially unkillable in the game. So I think realistically for me, DMG, they kind of picked a tough to execute comp and then didn't play to any of the win conditions, and obviously, well, there's only one real result from that.
Venom Crest, just as you stated, they worked as a team, and at the end, they were on top of the game. So let's talk with Simpy from Venom Crest after the victory versus DMG. Welcome! How are we
Hello.
feeling?
Good.
Good. Okay, who brought in the Poppy angle? That was a massive.
I mean, I don't remember, but we already played Poppy, so we see Casante, Joan, and Sejoni, and we're like, okay, Poppy.
You want to dash, well, Poppy. Operation Stop. So tell me, with this victory, it puts you in a really good position looking into playoffs. Is there any team that you're fearful of facing towards the end of the split, or are you comfortable any team whatsoever is manageable by Venom Crest?
No, I think like all teams can be beaten. I think the team I fear the most is Venom Crest because they are one day they look really good and the other day they look complete bonobo, but it's fine.
So when we're talking about we look really good, we look really bad, I'm looking into your stats and it's like a win, a loss, a win, a loss, a win, a loss, a win, a loss. Talk to me, man. Simply.
I mean, the last weeks is like, I think we finished 1-1, no? Like, I mean, as you say, no? Like a lot of times, and it didn't look really good for us because we kind of, I think, lost the important one, or even some random games we shouldn't lose. So we have been working on our mistakes, like, and I think it's showing up internally a bit. Even though today game, I mean, it was fine, but it can be better. So
I don't know if I'm getting a good vision or a good angle on this. By the way, bless you, man. I feel like you're a little bit sick, so
yeah.
Good recovery on that. I mean, you've played solo queue, so obviously you're sick. I understand. So when I look into your games and I make I analyze your games, it jumps to me the fact that whenever you guys go into big late game, like plus 35 minutes, you lose. Every single time you lose, it's plus 40 minutes. Is there like is that a line that is connecting the dots right now, or am I dead wrong?
I mean, I think like in some of these games we should have lost earlier, but we hold the game. So we went really into late game. Like last week, I think we had 40-minute game that we should have lost earlier, I think, but we managed to hold in. And yeah, I mean, for sure, like we troll a lot in mid to late game. I mean, that's a fact. Like we know, like it's not our greatest, but yeah, we are working on it, as I said, and yep.
You're going to be fighting versus Nord, Nativz, and LLS. Is there any chance you don't make playoffs?
No.
No.
We are in playoffs for sure.
100%. And if you make playoffs, is there any team you don't want to face at the beginning of the gauntlet?
I don't know. I mean, I think
it's a spicy one. It's whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, who is like? I mean, I know it's Ruddy, Nord, us, and what is the other team in?
Nobody knows. It could be DMG. It could be Verdant. There's a lot of openings still.
I mean, okay, then it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, I see it. Hey, Simpy, thank you so much for the conversation. I wish you the best as well. Quick recoveries. Have a nice one, man.
Thank you. Bye.
And it's Lenny. He brings in the Poppy. He doesn't allow people to move. This is important.
Lenny was a menace. Lenny was a real problem in this game. Completely shut down. Shut down anything they wanted to do. And I mean, this is a big win for Venom Crest because now it ties them with DMG and potentially Nord. That's the biggest one. The outcome of this next game determines a lot for Nord because they could get this win over Lightside and then that puts them tied with Ruddy in first place. Or they lose this game, and literally nothing on the standings other than Venom Crest moving up changes, because Venom Crest getting this win, they're now tied with DMG. If Nord lose the next game, they're then tied with Nord, DMG, and Venom Crest are all tied together in a nice little bundle towards the top of the tables. So while today has probably been it's been an upset day, let's be real, all of the teams who have won have actually had less wins than the teams they're playing versus, who are lower down in the table. So if Nord take this win here, they springboard themselves above two other teams and put themselves tied for first and give themselves the best run possible in the playoffs, or the best chance of playing in the playoffs. Well, chance of being in the best spot in the playoffs possible, because we are running out of time in this season and things are still very, very tight. This is a big opportunity to overtake multiple teams in the standings in a single day, and these little wins are the difference makers getting closer towards the playoffs because of how tight things are at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think from standing point, essentially, this win makes it even harder for Verdant to get themselves secured. Now, I think they have to win out, and essentially, they need at least one of those two teams to kind of lose all of their next games. So realistically, it's not looking very good. But this is the moment where Lightside could sneak in, right? And I'm really hoping they do, because my predictions are on the line, right? I lost 3 for the last one. And I don't want to lose 3 more. I don't want to go on 0 for my day off.
You're letting the guest down, man. The guest spot's been on fire, and Jerry was coming in and just throwing a dynamite stick into that.
Jerry, what is happening? We talked about it with every single guest. If you make a prediction wrong, you're kicked.
Damn.
What is happening, Jerry?
Yo,
let's,
no, but I'm saying,
let's show predictions again. I want to see it. I want to see it again.
I don't want to see it.
I want to see predictions. I want to see them. But keep talking, Jerry.
I'm going to defend myself here, because all I'm saying is I heard some other guests come on. You know, they were kind of flippant with some of their picks. They didn't necessarily stick with their teams. You know, I'm backing all my boys. You know, all of the NLC people I'm backing. So the Div 2 boys, I got you. You know, whether I go down with them, that's their fault. You know, that's on them. You know, you need to do it for me. You need to play with pride today.
I'll give it to him. He has, you know, he's been a man of conviction today. Actually, sorry, I had a complete brain fart. I forgot Ruddy won their game. I said all of the teams who have won, they won't. Oh my word! In my head, Verdant won because we've had so many upsets today. So, if you are watching in the past, discard everything I just said because it was complete waffle and it means nothing. Verdant. Sorry, if Nord win this, they're still 1 point behind Ruddy. They just overtake DMG and Venom Crest. I'm a clown. That's what I am. I'm hoping this is Champ Select so I can get out. Oh my god. We're in Champ Select. I am such a moron. I
was going to communicate that you were not that right, but
no,
I'm glad you can do it by yourself.
Don't worry.
You can do it by
you
yourself.
don't have to beat around the bush with me, bro. There's no barricading around this bush. I'm just a complete clown. So, Hui getting banned away. Zyra getting banned away as well. It's nice to see, but people are respecting the Zyra because she's very, very impactful in the jungle. Incredibly fast clear speed, incredibly fast objective taker as well. The Varus getting banned away. So some interesting bans coming in. There's the Tristana J Real. If we see a Corky ban, you might have a fun mid.
No, but Nord have left it open. Free Fresh, he's the Dragon Master, right? Swain, Smolder and the Aurelian Soul. Neither banned, both open. Hey, yo, this could be a good day. This could be Lightside. This is what I'm looking forward to.
But also leaving open the
there,
Nidalee. Right? Keep that in mind, the Nidalee.
That is a good point.
That is a big point. Right, let's see what they're going to first pick up here. I feel Corky is probably a pretty comfortable pick up here for Nord. Give that to Hunt. Just set yourself up comfortably. Unless they've been practicing the Smolder in the background. There is a world where that could come in. They actually decide to go for the Rel as their first pick up here. Lightside, like you said, Smolder, Aurelian Soul, even the Ziggs is available to Fruity Fresh. I don't expect any of those to kind of get blind picked. In fact, I think they're probably comfortable in the fact that Fruity is the one who has these champs in their pool and Ecstasy doesn't, so they probably won't look to try and immediately pick one of those things up. There could be a Corky here, there could be a Maokai, there could be a Lilia, a Karthus. There's plenty of picks available to them. Corky, pretty much a set pick up there. Expect this to be an AP jungler. I think a Lilia, Karthus, Brand available to Bart Holdy, and I think those are probably what you're going to be looking for.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised I went for Corky here. I feel like Sumi has such a breadth of champion pool, you know, like we saw Tryndamere, Nasus come in earlier, that maybe I was expecting something a little bit different, but I guess it's late stages. They need to try and clarify this game out so the Corki goes well. The Rakan as well, I think it's a really nice pickup. It can be a little bit difficult into the rail, but I think all in all, definitely allows for a lot of potential play because Fresh is quite happy to farm in his lane and let the support roam, so it does work out well.
That was fast.
Maokai and a Yone getting locked in. A lot of love. 3 out of 4 games has had a Yone in today, so Yone really, really big here in the NLC. Team's absolutely loving that one. Now, moving over to light side, they could look to just pick themselves up an ADC and ban away things that can deal, or a bot laner, things that can deal with it, or they can go down the jungle route. It looks to me like the jungle route is available. Now, one thing to keep in mind, this brand isn't necessarily guaranteed to go into the bot lane. No, sorry, into the jungle. Fruity, we know, plays weird champions in the bot lane, plays mages. I mean, Rakan brand, I'm not sure where the synergy is. I guess you kind of keep people grouped up for the ults and all the passives, but realistically, that is a thing that could show up, and there is a little bit of mind gaming that can come in. I expect it to go in the jungle. Its clear speed, its grub taking is unparalleled, other than like maybe Zyra. So I expect to see that, but they are banning away ADCs at this point, knowing that Fruity still has a very flexible champion pool, and they can pinch Ecstasy out of more ADCs going forwards.
That's why they don't believe it, and they're bringing out this Smolder as a ban. 100% win rate for Fruity Fresh. We've seen it before. So they're keeping that brand on the jungle position for now. On the other side, they also want to chip away the AD carries coming in from Ecstasy, which is an amazing hyper carry player. Yoka usually enables him, but if you remove that, maybe you can hit him a little bit.
Yeah, I will say the brand Rakan, it sounds a little bit like the Icarus lane. You know, you're just going to fly too high and get burned. I don't think it's the way. But I will say the Smolder, Free Fresh got Challenger on this pick like almost immediately when it came out. It was pretty crazy. Obviously, that is now the different Smolder to what we have on the base game. But it's still another ban. I am expecting Aurelion, but it's Swain. Okay, it's Swain, which is also another pick that they played. So the Aurelion is open. It's what I want to see. Like... Okay, they let me down. All right.
Going for the Zyra Rakan, a tried and tested bot lane, a more traditional bot lane as well. My main concern for Lightside right now is they don't have a frontliner. They are obviously going to be looking to counterpick top lane with something comfortable down there. Ecstasy, hyper carry player, like you said, Archer. Expecting to see, you got the Kai'Sa, you got the I've forgotten his name, Aphelios available as well, but they are just going to go for the Kai'Sa, flexible in its build path, crucially, because right now, fair amount of AD with the fact they've got that Yone locked in, and now looking towards the top side, what are they going to blind pick? I mean, the Skarner's up and available if you wanted to go down that road. Looks like Nilly actually moving away from that and towards something that he can feel a little bit more comfortable piloting, isolated in the top side on this Gnar, but yeah, I'm not massive on a blind pick in the Gnar, so they go for the Ornn. Skarner was up and available, decided not to go for that one though.
Again, low AP in this whole comp, so definitely want to watch out for. Again, the Kai'Sa obviously does 2% HP, so it's not going to be the worst comp, but obviously could be a little bit dangerous as we're seeing that last pick being hovered. One thing I will say though is Barholdy, obviously, well, as long as I've known them, has been quite a setup jungler, right? Plays things at early game, tries to get the game going, not necessarily the biggest carry, and I think this is the first time they're playing a carry pick, right? So it is going to be interesting to see how they switch that one up. The Aatrox is going to be going over to Elijah, which I do like, because Elijah has played a mixture of tanks and carries, and if we look at the Rumble performance recently that they had, it was pretty insane. So I definitely am liking this switch up a little bit. We're giving a little bit more impotence over to Elijah, but I'm now interested how Barholdy's going to feel on this brand. Obviously, definitely been practiced, but it's not something we're used to, I think, from this 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. So, kind of just having a quick analysis of the teams. Nord have a very capable team fighting team. There's a lot of crowd control. They only have 2 damage dealers, but they have a lot of frontline for those damage dealers to kind of like be peeled for. Kai'Sa obviously very flexible and versatile in her build paths that can maybe fulfill some of that lack of AP, but the lack of AP isn't really an issue, because when you look on the other side, Lightside don't have a tank. They have a frontline in Aatrox, but he's not a strict tank. Everyone else is very squishy. Very, very powerful jungler, very potent team fighting capabilities from that brand, so that could play a factor in this. But I do think, just looking at the comps, Nord have a more rounded comp, where Lightside, they have to kind of execute everything perfectly, or the foundations aren't there and it could crumble away from them.
This is a match where they have to win if they want to keep that fight on towards the playoffs. The standings are still shifting towards the day. J-Real, final words as the guest. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm still going to back the boys. I still think the 3 points might be secured. But the thing is as we said, right, I think Nord has drafted a very good, solid team comp, right? It's very hard to argue with things that are quite simple to pull off, right? They have the standard stuff that they would have played time and time again. I do think that Lightside are kind of pushing the boat out a bit, which I do respect a lot because we're coming to the crunch. You can't just be playing what wasn't working. They're 5-5 right now, so maybe switching up could bring more wins. And I will say, if they can keep it steady up until 15-20 minutes, I think they could assure this win. Maybe I would have preferred a tank, but you know what? At the end of the day, sometimes you just got to send it. I'm here to see them win.
Sometimes you have to send it. I love that one as you send it to the casters one more time on that day, week 6, day 1 in initialize. No, it's Duckling in Veteran. How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Ashram. Duckling start. Come on, production. Start the game then. Because I'm not the one responsible for it. Start the game then, production.
Why aren't you starting the game, Duckling?
Yeah, I forgot where the P button is, you know. I'm pressing it, but it doesn't press play. I mean, I guess, I don't know.
I can do it very fast now. Nord basically have an all-in composition.
Wait, Veteran,
The big like
stop.
so basically have
Veteran,
no.
stop.
I'm
I'm gonna start the game. I'm gonna start the game.
It.
There we go. I finally started the game, guys. I got my stuff together and finally pressed play. Veteran, what were you saying before?
Oh, it's okay.
You got absolutely cooked, you fraud. Anything you want to add?
No.
Is this gonna be you for the rest of the game?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
So, what were you saying about I think it was North comp, right? I assume he might have some shop. Okay.
It's not gonna be a level 1, so.
Are you sure? Are you sure Romeo isn't gonna all in here to see if he can get the remount?
Yeah, very. Okay. Because my brain isn't drawing out my ears, so.
But what is your brain telling you then?
Nord have an all-in composition. Lightside have an full disengage composition, except for Butholdy, who is vulnerable to the Ornn engage, which could lead him vulnerable to Hunt, which could lead him vulnerable to Roach, could lead him vulnerable to everyone. So Butholdy is the guy that needs to play somewhat safe. Everyone else is a really easy game. From the side of Lightside, if Nord break through the game, it's gonna be to just solo kill Steam. Vulnerable from Lightside. Everyone else in those group situations, more or less playing in their own element.
Yeah, I think it's a good analysis. But definitely playing in a role that he doesn't normally do here. Obviously, always in the jungle, but the German style differs quite a bit. Nord now getting engaged upon Lightside, wanting the first blood flash as well. Committed ecstasy in trouble. Might just go down, but they can't find the last few autos.
No!
And now Romeo, doesn't have the
he's
crash
fine.
down. I thought maybe Lightside have overstayed so much that it would lose one themselves, but they're out.
Need to see Romeo's cooldowns here, because if Romeo's able to move up and be really aggro, it could turn out into a good thing for Nord. Lightside, they need to get the crash, need to get the bounce back, because they want to get out of that lane. ASAP, as production has selected. See, they did it. They selected Romeo. We see full cooldowns up. That's why Lightside, they can't afford to move forward anymore. They have to hit that B button. They have to hit that recall. Because if try contest the next wave, Romeo will be like, suck, I'm going to hold you here right now to the end of day. So Lightside are like, nope, we have to get out of there right now. Or that trade ends up being really, really, really bad, which could lead to Nord getting a superior first back, because they're free to go in on this wave, get the crash, and then recall with much more gold to spend than Fruity Fresh and Fast-Legged were able to do so. So even though the initial trade's very aggressive by Fruity, very aggressive by Fast-Legged, almost turning into a win, overall this could turn to a net loss. Well, say something, Duckling.
Okay, let me say something then. I think something's happening here in the mid lane. Hunt.
You think?
I'm sure something is happening in the mid lane, okay? Bardo is
Right.
here. Romeo is there as well. He's forced to flash
sounds
out.
so.
Now, but important game. And that's all I just wanted to reiterate. So, this will be Nord, if I'm not mistaken. Production hasn't sent it in the chat, so... But it was the... Yeah, forget everything about what I'm about to say, man. Hunt saying it's betrayed. What I'm saying is, while production hasn't confirmed it to me, like it did the past 2 games, I think if Nord win this, they are guaranteed playoffs. And you know what playoffs means, right? That means EMEA Masters, blah, blah, blah. Top 2 gets you into the upper bracket, an extra life. We all know this by now.
EMEA Masters, blah, blah, blah. Are you disrespecting the premier tournament of the ERL?
No.
It's the highest form of competition these teams can aspire to.
The EMEA Masters is a wonderful tournament. I especially love everything about it. I love when we do well, which isn't often.
Who won last split?
Last split.
Yeah.
I think that was like the Besiktas in the final, I remember, but they lost to Eintracht Spandau.
There you go. I actually thought you weren't going to get it for a second.
What do you mean, man? I am, I've been on the EMEA Masters as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it play-ins?
No, I've been on the main event as well.
Oh.
That's the youngest caster ever, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, aged 18.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Good job. Wow.
And now I'm here, casting with you. I mean, fall from grace, you'd say.
True. True.
Not being in the NLC, but being with you, my friend. That's the fall from grace. As Bato is going towards this trade.
Trust me, I agree with you. From the other side.
Let's see how Nord responds to this play. As X's and
walk.
Romeo push up. They want by
Yeah.
Huldy. Not my
Yeah.
fantasy points!
Yeah.
As he's forced to flash
I mean,
out
I'm
the
telling
safety.
you, this guy is mega vulnerable this game. In fact, he is by far the most vulnerable, especially post level 6 of everybody on this team. Immediate flash burn by Romeo. He's going to be able to do something with that later. But imagine the Ornn groups presses R with Bart holding nearby with no flash. If he has flash, it goes. If he doesn't have flash, he goes. Hunt's going to be looking to capitalize on that. He has the 6. He actually hasn't used it on Sumi yet, so Sumi has to be very scared if he decides to stay on the tower here. We'll see if Hunt has the game sense that Brand is nowhere near. He may well go for a 1-for-1 dive.
What I will add to this, though, is I now have confirmation. Nord lock playoffs if they win. Boom. Simple as. But Huntley, though, still on this Drake. He's very committed to the cause here. Should be able to get it down in due time with the help of the Faded Ashes and Food Fresh and Fastleg paying a visit. Can Joker just walk in here and steal it?
Here we go!
Surely not, he doesn't.
No
do
flash.
This. He's gonna get
No
it.
flash.
No, but Huldy gets it, but he is gonna die, as you say. No flash. First blood to Nord.
Yeah, pretty much any of these objectives probably going to lead to a collapse like this from Nord. That is the guy that need to get their team fed on. If they get their team fed on that guy, maybe they can leverage this into lane advantage, into map advantage, the blah, 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 blah. A lead on League of Legends. This game is 10 years old. Why do you guys need to even be told anything anymore? Like, imagine you've been watching this game for the last, decade, and you don't know how it goes from this point onwards. What are we even here for, really, Duckling? Like, everyone knows what's up, no?
I mean, everyone can't just think 10 minutes ahead of the exact map movements that should be happening every step of the way, unlike you. And also, I'm here to tell stories about the Danes.
Are there any Danish people here?
Elijah, bro. He's the new Wonder Kid.
Wait, Hunt's Danish,
Hunt is
isn't he?
Danish
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Big shout. Joker is Swedish, right? I think.
It's not Danish. Then I would know.
For you, the world is divided into Danes and non-Danes.
Exactly, bro. Finally, someone who understands.
Great.
Are you Danish? No. Then you are like the rest of the world. As Joker, able to get one of these white crops. Right side though. Now looking to stop that from happening. As they'll take the next 2. What's next now?
This doesn't mean.
Tell me. Yeah, tell me what this means.
Well, I mean, this means that potentially the next set of grubs will be really hard contested, but if you just do a staring contest there, Herald will just spawn on top of it. Drake miles away. Herald miles away. No lane in a specific moment of being able to get dived or anything like that. No scuttle spawning. The game's going to calm down a bit now. The game is going to chill, which is time, but Holdy has to get his flash back up. So the window they're likely to have to do anything on Holdy is going to be very small. Likely the next time you see Holdy, the play from will be burn his flash. And then on the next rotation, do something with that burn. But for now, probably a bit chill, a bit more relaxed. We need to find other ways to entertain people, like telling them that they don't really need us. And we're kind of just stealing money from League GG here by doing this job at all. Like, League. You know League.
Here's my next question. Have you lived in any country outside of the UK?
Yeah, loads, dude. You took a photo with me at Berlin, remember?
Yeah. Maybe you're like me, travel down there every week to watch the LEC. I don't do that, by the way, but outside of like Berlin, have you lived in like Uzbekistan or something? I don't know.
I lived in China for actually
Wait,
like
what?
3-4 months.
You
Yeah, I
speak
lived there
Chinese?
for like 3-4 months. No, I do not speak Chinese. I don't speak German.
I speak a bit
Everywhere
of Chinese,
speaks
you know?
English. Oh, well, my girlfriend speaks Chinese, actually.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think we discussed that in the green room once.
Yeah.
Still very surprised about the fact that
I
you have
lived
a girlfriend,
I lived a long time in America, like so long I needed to get a police certificate for the visa and stuff.
Damn, you
'cause I
did?
just lived there for ages.
What did
Yeah.
you do in America? Where in America? Coaching?
Los Angeles and Chicago. No, I didn't do any coaching there. I was just because I can do my job anywhere.
Was
Whereas
it
she
nice?
could only do her job where her job is, so I just stayed there.
How-
No, it's terrible actually.
really?
Honestly, Los Angeles is like Chicago is really good. The place gets a bad rap, but like there's actually human public transport there. The city center has everything. Like I didn't experience this like climatal city we were talking about. Chicago City gets a bad rap. Los Angeles, on the other hand, completely unlivable if you don't have a driving license.
Yeah, it's a bit
like
of a, it's a
literally
bit of,
just
yeah,
unlivable.
I've been there just as a tourist for like a week where we rented an apartment, and
So you
it
know what I
was
mean?
unbearable. Yeah, unbearable.
Yep. You have about probably 30 seconds max before stuff starts popping off.
But the thing is, like, I swear to God, the American mind can't comprehend decent public transport. It's absolutely insane. Let's see what happens here, though.
There
Good
we go.
engage. Yokka is here as well. Fruity Fresh the main target, but he goes up. The feathers fly out. Good damage back on Ecstasy, but it won't really matter. As far as, like, nicely dashes out to safety. Well executed.
Yeah.
On the side of Lightside to buy themselves
Here we go.
a minute more, or maybe just a few more
at-
seconds, because Nord
Look at Corky Brand, they're
still
coming in
won't
as well.
give up. Hunt came there to show his
Oh
face
my
that
God,
gave
it's
the
gonna
kill level
pop.
to Ecstasy. More is happening as you say. It's gonna pop, baby. TP's in as
Here
well.
we go.
Elijah wants something.
Fight.
Bartu wants the kill on Hunt. Dane v Dane matchup, and it's Bartu who comes out on top. Romeo standing strong, but that's a good two-man interrupt. Elijah slams down with the World Ender. Nile next up on the menu, but he has his flash, and that's the escape that he wanted. It's a play Nord started, but it's Lightside who, in the extended run, win.
I love the gladiatorial arena of League of Legends sometimes. They just like nothing for ages and then right on cue, fight to the death. Everybody down here, may the best man win. And Lightside, they honestly get one up. They're able to get the Drake here. I'm very surprised that Nord went for the gank engage instead of just going for the straight dive. That caught me a little bit off guard, clearly caught them off guard. Bland, Corky, they were able to get the time they needed to get down there to be able to join the fight and expand into what was our first 5v5 of the game. Entirely on bot lane, entirely around this Drake, which will be played by Lightside. Next Drake for them will be Soul Point. The Grubs are coming up. Lightside taking a step back, getting their recalls off, getting the map set up, because remember, they already have 2 Grubs. So Nord at most can get 4. That magical 5 number will not be given to Nord by giving up these Grubs. And then in a couple of minutes time, you're gonna have the Herald spawn. If you wanted to burn any critical flashes, now would be a good time, but the only one really left up is Ecstasy's flash. So Lightside have all got all the setup that they want when it comes to the Herald contest, and I do expect them to contest the Herald, but Holdy, no flash again, so Nord will be hyper-focusing him, especially if it all sums up on Ecstasy. Land that knock-up, get some follow-up, and then get Ecstasy pressing R, but Holdy will fall, and then see if the rest of the enemy team is split up from that. Fruity Fresh, ult up in 5 seconds will be a big thing for him. Elijah, ult up right now will be a big thing. They need to save that for the next wave, because that's when they want to start playing really hard for that Herald.
I should say, Herald. Up in just that minute, Drake has been taken. It was Lightside who got that on the back of their previous play. It was such a slow game up until we finally suddenly had a 5v5 brawl in the bot lane. Great bit of
Suddenly, I literally told you.
Yeah, you
right
told
away
me.
ahead of time.
Come on, man.
Oh,
And now you're interrupting my next play-by-play. That is absolutely horrible.
I told you this was happening, by the way, like 2 minutes ago.
But then you yap for 2 minutes and I don't get time to add anything. Veteran. I did appreciate the warning before telling me at 30 seconds, but it still came out of, a bit of nowhere. Maybe 15 seconds warning before. I think you said stuff was gonna happen. I thought it was gonna be the 3v3 in the bot lane. I didn't expect a full-on 5v5 to happen down there.
So we got. Sure. I mean, we got the. In fairness, I'm surprised all the TPs went down. I did think it would be more like a 3v3, 4v4 as well. I expected mids to be there. I didn't expect the slam TPs. Aatrox, though, able to proxy the next wave, able to get a pretty decent back. They're going to set up on bot side, doesn't have to teleport. This indicates that they don't think Nord have what it takes to go for the Herald in a straight 4v4 scenario. They are aware that they're working on the no TP situation now, but Nilla's TP will be up for a full wave that Elijah won't have his up for. So Elijah has to be in the position to play really aggro on the Ornn, but it's still a short lane on bot. No tier 1s are down, so interesting premise. Nord could come out on top on the Herald contest were it to happen.
And see if they come out on top in that scenario. Veteran. There's Nord pushing the mid lane at the moment. One Lights and Spikes.
Okay, started it. Yeah, he started it.
Yucca started it up. And Elijah though.
Nilla TP up.
Not there. No TP. You say Nilla has the TPs on the bot side as well. Rotation in from Hunt. And
they got it.
Yeah, they'll claim the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the moment Lightside send Elijah on bot side there, Nord have everything that they need to be able to take this fairly uncontested. Now, we see Heralds be utilized for map contests, we see them utilized for Drake contests. Both options are up for Nord. Let's see what Memento's lineup decides their priorities are. I feel like a smart jungler will always go for tempo, but a selfish jungler will always go for Drakes. Let's see which one Memento's trained Joker to be going for. Honestly, either works here, because you're already hitting on top side, so you can save to break open midsection and expand the map open in your favor as Nord. So tell a bit of a lie there. Just wanted to whip Memento a little bit. If he crashes off tier 2 though, I feel that is extremely based, and honestly, what matters more than being based?
I don't know. I want to know though, Veteran, what young slang do you use? I mean, based is still very good slang. I do like it, but is there any other slang that you like to use? Do you use a skibbity riz or?
I've never even heard of that.
Never even heard of that.
I've heard of Riz.
Of Riz, yeah, that's been there for quite a while, yeah. And then I grew too old for it, and then when I started being a substitute teacher, I realized the kids did use that young Riz. Not young Riz, that young slang. And that includes Riz. And then there's many other.
I mean, name slang words and I'll let you know. We do have a fight happening on the next wave.
Like Ohio, Rizless, Skibbity Toilet, I don't know, man. Some of those stuff.
These are all variants on Riz, no?
No. I mean, Ohio is just a state, but apparently Ohio is where stuff goes down.
I've been to Ohio.
Yeah, stuff does not go down there in Ohio, or did you get
really.
Ohio Sigma Wrist by Livy Gun? I don't know. Oh, Furasnek finds two!
I told you.
That's such a good wombo combo there, actually. But the damage, not good enough to get anything else out of it, though. Forces a flash.
But it's good enough to get full priority on the Drake, right? Now Nord, they're thinking twice about trying to do anything to the big light side. As light side get the soul point on this Drake. Hunt trying to get some damage out on Elijah. Might be able to force light side off just by doing that. Light side, I'm not sure you need to be that worried about this. You already knew this was going down. You've cleared, but now Nord, they're the ones that are getting the full priority on the Drake. You have that ultimate up on Nilla, but Holdy does have flash on this round, so not as vulnerable as he otherwise might be. You can burn the flash.
Hunt for them, There's a combo! No way, he got them both! You absolute beauty of a Dane! Double kill for Nilla. The Drake to be theirs as well, Elijah. Can't do anything, Hunt, you beauty!
I thought you were doing really good then you were like the Dane as well. Oh, that's why.
You realize I started that play-by-play called in Danish, right?
No, I didn't. Incidentally, I agree. Hunt, phenomenal setup there. We talked about the Ornn with the follow-up by Hunt, but it was Hunt with the follow-up by Ornn to finish off the play for Hunt there. Brilliant side control by him. Going straight on bot Holdy, now no flash and a death, and obviously just did not have a lick of HP left to be able to finish off that Drake. the soul point denied from Lightside, even though the initial play gave them some advantage. That Herald play that we were talking about, dropping it on mid to contest for the Drake, they did it. They successfully baked Lightside straight into it. They would have been happy either way. They technically a map win, but Lightside would have been in a position to fight their way back. Instead, Nord have both a map win, and they've denied Lightside the ability to dictate the terms in 3.5 minutes time of the map. So a full victory by Nord there.
Yeah, crucial for my predictions, to be honest. I don't want to lose 6 points today. Terribly sorry to refocus the conversation there, as I always do. As the Baron is up in a minute's time. Is there anything you feel like must be said in this conversation, Veteran, before we reach that point?
I hate you.
You had to throw that in there. I was planning before to make a joke about, you know, your dismissal or something, but sadly I forgot the original punch. So now the line has been forgotten as well. That was woeful, actually. That was absolutely horrible.
Yeah, you are.
Why in this conversation, how am I the one more mature one than you? Aren't you pushing 30, buddy? Are you pushing going into like the elder home or something? Whatever what do you call it in England? Oh, I think I call this an engage. A bad one at that as well from Romeo. Flies wide, fast legs, finest escapes. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of awkward laughter for someone who's trying to go on the aggressive, by the way.
Go on the aggressive. It's because I'm forgetting the punch like before you even mentioned.
I don't think you've reached that stage of puberty where you can be intimidating yet, can you?
I can by no means be intimidating, blow up, bro. I can blow away by a gust of wind. I can never be intimidating.
Don't worry, Duckling. I will not use your youth and inexperience against you.
I actually know about that joke. That was from the political race in America between that was the debate.
The only one.
I can't remember. I think it was
I mean, you must have covered it in school recently, Duckling.
We do not cover one political. We do not cover a political joke in school. We have to learn about an entire political system. But I am gonna say though, I am pretty certain that was Ronald Reagan, right, who used it against like the governor who was way younger than him. Or I am mistaken.
Yes, good job. I remember going.
Was that correct? As well. Was that correct or was I wrong? Correct. Thank you. No, that is not because of high school. That is because I have a genuine interest in American politics.
You have a genuine interest in American politics.
Yeah.
So you know one of the most quoted debates.
Look, I'm gonna tell you. Ask any other 20-year-old in my country, and I guarantee maximum 5% of people will say that, because that is not what we are taught about. We're taught about Trump. We're taught about America. We're taught about the polarization of the current American system. We're taught about how it works, right, with the whole.
Duckling, I believe you.
Thank you.
Because I've met their teachers and one of them is you.
Oh my god, I'm not teaching high school, buddy. I'm teaching kids. Baron is still on the map, by the way. Can someone please do something so we can stop this conversation?
I know when nothing's gonna happen and I can just rid you for a long time. This is the beauty.
Dude, that's the thing, you're outlining me because you can tell me exactly 20 chess moves ahead what is gonna happen in this map. So while all I do, I look at the map, and if something's about to happen, of course I'm gonna see it. I'm not blind yet. But you can sit there saying, at exactly 24 minutes and 30 seconds, a fight will break out. That's the first fight after the segment, so I don't have time to find Roast and Duckling and his lack of education in the Danish education system.
True!
It's absolutely genius, and I hate you for it.
Dude, those W's from guys that are starting to hurt, and all she has, by the way, is just now she's had an Amazon to it, but she just had a blasting one on that, and I was already thinking, okay, maybe they just start going aggro earlier. It's still difficult to just straight dive Fruity Fresh on the tower, right? Man just slams R. It's still difficult to just straight dive an Aatrox. Man just slams R. But not difficult to find Bartholdi in those situations. And if
they started the Baron. They're on the Baron, buddy. You haven't caught this.
They need this. They need this. Like, they need Lightside to go. Lightside actually have no clue.
They don't do anything. They have no clue what's going on.
Actually, they know now. They know now, but they're too late. Is that TP? Wait. Did Sumi just TP into mid tower?
What? They don't know this is happening.
They know it's happening.
Like stealing candy from a baby. It's too easy for Nord.
They can't actually do anything from it in that.
And they only
get engaged on no matter what.
Dude, that is a fantastic price. That's a Tesco meal deal if I've ever seen one. And I haven't, by the way.
Now that I had an extended conversation in 2 settings now. Like, I had one earlier about like 2 p.m. IRL, and then I came on here and it was J-Rail and Hip Rain on, and we got to talk more about mill deals. Talk about mill deals all day today, actually. That's a good one. I think a Baron Nashon would be a good part of a mill deal.
I would probably be full. after eating one. That's all I'll say. Yes, sir.
You have to say that.
What? Why are you making that weird? What? What? Just,
I didn't make anything with it.
please get me out of here. Nord trying desperately.
I think
Yeah.
Nord probably in a good position here to win the game, having just
Dude,
nabbed
that is
Baron
duckling
for
level
0.
analysis. I can say that. I can look at the map and say yes, Nord in a good position. I think my sister, who's played maybe 3 games of League of Legends, could tell me that as well.
Wow.
Is that all you're gonna say? Just wow?
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, light side, right? Now they have a soul point, yes. They have 1.5 item on a corgi. They 2 items now. So are they 1 item away from something? I think we have to remember Elijah is still pretty strong. Like if we had a 5v5, could light side theoretically still get something done? Because this game doesn't feel as over
like they
as
want
the
it.
past one.
They want it. They want it under tower, and what Nord have been brilliant about is making sure that these fights are happening in more like river situations. If you can have it in this kind of constrained lane here, theoretically the catch potential for Nilla would be big. But also the fact that Elijah is there.
Romeo's cool.
Yeah, see? Yeah, Romeo
Yeah,
trying
this
to
is
go
a really, really
through
good setup
Elijah
actually. They
is
found
a
one
problem.
already.
Yes.
Sumi,
Yes.
she got a bit of the damage. Pass it a bit too
Yes.
far forward, but Nila, I think he's dead as well.
power.
Elijah from the flank,
There
he's
you
found
go.
exactly who
There
he
you go.
wants.
There you
Hunt though, fighting to bring this fight
Wow,
back in the
he's so
favor.
big.
And Ecstasy plays it so well, but it's not done yet. Elijah still strong, well and alive, but Huldy gone. But could he potentially clutch this 1v2? It is a very important moment for not just this game, but Lightside's playoff hope as well. But Nord though, take this win and push further towards the Nexus and further towards securing that playoff spot.
If you can funnel them in, if you can just funnel Nord in and make them have to run through Elijah,
Oh,
make them
Hunt.
have to run
Oh,
through
the
team.
Danish 1v1 here. Pull back though.
Whoa.
Hunt. Will he win and slap?
Oh my God.
Elijah! That's the rookie that I've been wanting to see. And he's showing up when it matters most.
What was it today? Top of solo kills? Maintaining that with this game as well, right? But the big thing you are seeing when it comes to these dives, it's very difficult when you actually have no choice but to go through the light side composition. Nord's composition does have to go through them. Very, very, very vulnerable. And that was a split fight, right? There was essentially a 2v2 happening on the left and a 3v3 happening on the right. So that wasn't even light side at their full positional power, you could say. And you have to end this through tier 3s. Nord have no choice but to do so. They want to try to drag them out, but the next object coming up is the Drake. And Lightside, they'd love to have the Soul. They don't have to take that Drake. It would just be a second Ocean Drake for Nord, and Oceans are completely useless for the way that Nord want to end the game. Could be very useful for Lightside if Lightside were able to get in. They're basically invincible on those tier 3s, but Nord, they need to drag these guys out into a bit of a more open field, separate them, scatter the weak, so to speak, like that.
Exactly what you said.
That's a good example, to be
that's
honest.
perfect. Did you know that as well? This would happen 2 minutes ago?
Well, I mean, it's a split scenario, so there's a chance that it would happen here, but, like, honestly, I'm going to be real. I figured Sumi might play a little bit safer than just...
Oh, Bas was caught out as well. This is really bad for Lightside.
And no flash,
He's just dead.
so... Well, there you go. Now, they've drawn them out successfully without even having to wait for the objective to come up. They just walked. They just...
So reset now, maybe go for the Drake that's happening in 50 seconds, secure that, or secure the denial of the soul. Look, it's Lightside. If something is to happen, yes, you can give Sumi and Fruity Fresh time, but at the moment, it is
Only you can hear
Elijah.
that, by the way.
It is Elijah. Man, what a performance from him. He's, and I mean this wholeheartedly. I like to keep a good repertoire of all the Danish wonder kids that's coming up, and Elijah wasn't one I had spotted before I saw him on Lightside. Very intrigued at what this kid could bring to the table, and you mentioned it before, he's top of the solo kill chart, but yeah, he's had one hell of a split as a rookie. Really, really promising player here. Finishing mid-table in NLC Division 2 just last year. He'll now have to try and get themselves over the line, but the flank is phenomenal! It is absolutely brilliant, and in the front line is Elijah, and he can't take off all that damage. Lightside are scattered, Lightside are defeated, and Nord look to book that playoff place on the back of a massive flank from Yoka.
Wow, unbelievable right there. Everything we say goes straight out the window because it's not a 5v5 anymore. Just come at them from multiple angles there. You don't have to go through them. You can go through any angle you want. And Nord have decided to take the angle that takes them through, in towards the Nexus, in towards the victory, and in towards a playoff and EMEA Masters booking.
Yeah, tickets booked, planes booked. They are going to playoffs and they're going to represent the NLC at EMEA Masters. Nord improved their score to 8-2 and got what they came for.
There's a chap who I think might be Nord's biggest super fan. He keeps arriving in my Twitch chat randomly and is like, you just know Nord are gonna take it, you know? And it's like just out of nowhere, you know? So shout outs to that guy. You were right. Nord absolutely, they did take it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it was a very skillful way to do this as well. I don't think the draft entirely favoured them in that game whatsoever. But you see those angles that Jogger's coming out with, those clutch moments where Hunt really shows how powerful he can be. And you see Nord, they're the better players, sure, but they also have the coordination to be a really strong 5-man unit in their own right.
Veteran, this makes our playoff race very intriguing now.
Oh
for
yeah.
The last 2 places. I mean, there is one problem though, and that problem is that Lightside are 2 wins behind with 3 games to go. So all the odds are on DMG and Venom Crest taking the final 2 places.
Yeah.
But Lightside, if they're not out of it, they're not completely out of it. And I mean, you can see the individual talent, you can see the brilliance in this roster.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see if they can make it and who they will knock out of the process, because I think DMG and Venom Crest are both good teams, but only 2 of those 3 rosters can make it to playoffs. I think the NSS will talk about that, talk about Nord's victory and everything that's happened today in the NLC. It's been a fun day on the cast here, Veteran. We've had some good games, some good chats. Thank you so much for joining me. The NSS will take it from here. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you after the break.
Hey, you know.
Break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
To end the day with the bang, Nord will go on to playoffs as well after their victory versus LLS. I would like to say it was a close one. It wasn't. It was a domination coming from Nord, and the vision yet again showcased why Nord like to put up wards.
Yeah, I mean that was a probably the most convincing game of the day, to be completely honest. They just had a complete grip on the whole game from the get-go. And yeah, I'm super impressed by Nord. They've continued to impress me this split. Last split they started strong and kind of fell off towards the end. This time around, Nord, just this season they've looked so crispy. It's really good to see.
On the other hand, though, LLS going through a complicated situation, J-Real, this makes it quite difficult for them to look into playoffs with open arms, right?
Yeah, I think that, as I said, I wanted to see a switch up. They did switch up the game plan a bit. I think that they left themselves with a few gaps in their composition that, one, helped by the fact that they couldn't get a proactive early game. I think the proactivity has kind of been the downfall of a lot of teams in the league at the moment, but this one really shone here for Lightside. I think there was a couple of really nice plays in the bot side, some Zyra Khan action that was able to get them out of some sticky situations, but they were never able to really kind of push the pedal themselves. It was always reliant on a mistake coming from Nord, and they just didn't really make that many. So I do feel like Lightside, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit in that game without having that kind of go button to potentially go forward. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't think they're fully cooked on chances of going through, but it definitely makes it a lot more difficult right now. 2 games below, 3 games left in hand. Realistically, Venom Crest, Nord, DMG, they only really need to take 1 more game and they should be golden.
So for Lightside, it's do or die, but also it's time to talk with them and have an open conversation about what happened and what could happen. So that's why we're going to introduce Jake into the interview. Welcome.
Hello.
Obviously, this is not how you want to meet me. This makes it complicated. Let's talk about Lightside's future. How are you looking towards the next games we have at hand?
I mean, just gotta reset. Realize that shit happens today, and go and win game after game after game. I still think we have quite decent chances at playoffs. Just get 3 in a row. I still think we have quite decent chances to make that, and you know, future looking on the long term as well. I think that's looking bright also, even beyond this split. So overall, I'm quite happy.
I like that. I was gonna hit on that, so we'll talk about that afterwards. So my question to you is: you have to win 3 games. You also have to expect other teams not to make it to playoffs, but at least the top of the standings, the top 4. With that in mind, how is the identity of the team so far? We often see like that bot lane shining with the AP, and then sometimes a transition to AD. Like he never played Zaya before, for instance, for Refresh. I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying like, how's the identity of the team? Do you feel like there's a struggle, or talk to me?
Not maybe a struggle. I still think we know our identity. Maybe some things have been tried out, and in our sense, trying normal stuff might be us trying something out, because that's what we do. So maybe we're just trying to cook a bit extra before playoffs. No, but I still think we have a good idea of what we want to play and how we want to go on about the next games, and we just go for the win tomorrow and then make sure to practice hard for next week and get our good champions for that as well. So I think
3 games ahead
fine.
of you.
Yeah.
3 games ahead of you. Is there any of those games where you feel like it may be a problem, but are you comfortable with all of them? Obviously, fighting versus North, this was a rough patch, obviously. But is there any game after North that you believe like it could be a concern?
No, I mean, I only think that we're playing our own game, and when we lose, mostly I feel like we didn't manage to play our game to the full extent either. But of course, you know, that's NLC Division 1. It's a very high level of play, and if you fail to play your game once a game, a good team like Nord will punish you. That's just how it works. So I'm not concerned about any of the teams. I think if we play our game, we'll win all the 3 games as well. So it's all up to us.
The last game is versus Venom Crest, and that is the team that is looking for your position right now. So it's do or die. Where would you say Lightside outshines Venom Crest when they face each other?
We have the power of friendship in the team, so we'll definitely beat them there as well. No worries.
I love it. So you talked about the future, and that is often disregarded from people, especially because on Summer Split there were so many changes, and from summer to spring there's a big timeline, and people often change teams. But you told me like, hey, things are looking good towards the future. So is there anything you can tell me? Like, is this team locking in together? Like, is the future of Lightside bright?
I mean, you never know what happens team-wise, split to split, but on an organizational level, qualified up now to Division 1, and of course, all eyes are on you. Will you be able to stay in Division 1? And we're already 2 times in a row in playoff contention, so as a debut season, I think that's quite damn good. And of course, next year as well, we always hope to keep building up on that and keep working on the organization side and trust the processes that we want to have in place for the team. So maybe it's going to be some people from this team, maybe it's going to be a rebuild for 2025 as well. That's always hard to know now, like half a year in advance, but I think all things considered, it feels quite good looking ahead as well for our stay here in Division 1.
Yeah, it looks like the org is walking towards a bright future with the scores you've been able to keep. Hey, thank you so much for the interview, Jake. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Lovely. You too. Have a good day.
See ya. It's always good to at least know, like, hey, I know, rough, our schedule is rough, but hey, we're making progress. Progress is progress.
Progress is progress, but that progress is quickly coming to an end with the season wrapping up.
Why are you so dark?
I just have to be that guy. I'm sorry. It's, yes, but damn, we are running out of time, so you got, I don't know. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I don't want to be that guy that is being negative, but that is unfortunately the outlook that you have to kind of have at this point in the season. The room to grow, the space and the time you've got is heavily limited. So you got to make sure every bit of growth is a substantial step forward for you as a team.
You have to follow the memento. We were doing this so well, and everybody was looking towards the future. Follow the memento. That's why we're going to talk with him on the side.
Hey, yo, that was clean. That was clean.
That was clean.
Clean transition. Well done. Well done.
See, somebody appreciates this. Okay, it's not easy. Hey, locked in. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, I guess. I mean, it's just I don't know if are we locked in as playoffs now.
You're locked in on playoffs, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
Congratulations.
That's nice. Thank you very much. That's it's still irrelevant. I don't give a shit about playoffs, to be honest.
Playoffs you don't.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it's all about getting the trophy and beating Ruddy and fisting every other team. Now, today's game was pretty good. I'm pretty content about it. I don't know. I didn't expect us to lose. I think it was. Actually, you know what? You can do the interview. You can ask me the questions and I'll answer them.
Hey, were you expecting to lose this game?
This game? No, not really. No, I don't think so.
My question to you is, playoffs, we don't care about that. We just want to win versus Ruddy. My question to you is, last time you battled versus Ruddy, was it even a battle?
Battle, bro. We were playing with our coach as sub. This guy were like Kanye West, when he does that like fucking basketball thing where he's scoring against a handicapped team, like. And they were bragging about it like they are getting fisted into the paint like next week. That's
what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Next week, you're going to play with all the players, right?
Yes, we have all our roster. Everything is settled, and then we'll take the battle out, and then we do the trash talk. Then it's nice. That's what I want.
So, are you telling me, just to set up the stakes, are you telling me that the previous game when you brought in the coach was specifically to make this one even spicier?
No, I mean, it was just, it was really unfortunate circumstances. That's not something that we wanted,
Okay.
Could you use the bait?
But when you look like Nord versus Ruddy, full-on team, like the both teams with the proper players. Because I've been hearing a lot of discussion on Twitter coming in from a certain coach, and I love him for that, talking about this league and yada yada. It will be the end match. It will be Ruddy versus Nord. What can we expect?
I mean, you can expect an actual competition and not them. They've been having a very easy time. They haven't really faced us yet in full form. So I think we'll give them the challenge and we'll shut them up.
Okay. On the serious note, with the new jungler, how is the jungler adapting to the team as well? Communication-wise?
Pretty good, I would say. Yoka's been adapting pretty well. He's fitting quite well in the team. I think it's going pretty good. I think we've only worked with him now for 1.5 weeks or 2 weeks at this point. So far so good. I'm excited for the growth of the team. They're working hard.
Last thing you want to say to people at home who are cheering for Nord, what would you say?
Ruddy down. That's what I would say. Ruddy down. There's one thing, like, I respect when top level teams you know, they go against another top level team and they trash talk them. But when they trash talk these like bad teams and they think they're on the top of their game, they're spitting shit, bro. That is pathetic. And they're like bullies. We're gonna take them out. They ain't surviving.
Oh, you're taking out the bully. Okay, I see where it stands.
That's it.
Thank you so much for this one.
Yeah, keep it clean.
It was a lovely
Yeah.
conversation.
Thank you very
Have
much.
a
Take
nice
care.
one.
Peace.
Yo, my guy came to the interview with the
Already
AK. Man was sending shots for Ruddy left, right, and center. The clip was emptied after that one, Archeron. They are ready. You know what? That's a good promo to set up for the final day of the season, right? Week 7, day 2. Be there. You don't want to miss none of it now.
But did you feel that little hint of, hey, we're gonna flame Ruddy, but we're also gonna flame the entire other teams?
A little bit.
Yeah. Oh, Hipran, if you want to turn on the microphone, that would be helpful, though.
No.
Imagine me, like
Imagine
me using my mute button correctly, eh? Nah, that wasn't aimed at other teams, is what I'm saying. That was aimed directly at Ruddy. That was a kill shot. Well, it was aimed to be a kill shot. We'll see if Ruddy can fire back. Oh, this is going to be so good when those two go toe to toe, because there was some bold stuff being said there. Man, I'm so excited to see these teams go toe to toe, because they are honestly two of the best teams, especially after the DMG loss. Because I was saying at the beginning of the day that I feel that there was only a fraction between DMG and Nord. I thought Nord was second and Nord was second and DMG were third, but there was a very, very marginal difference between the two. After this, I'm starting to be a little bit more that maybe the gap between Nord and DMG has widened, where Ruddy, you know, they actually got challenged a little bit by Verdant. They still, you know, were able to pull it back. I think Verdant really misplayed the early game versus Ruddy in that game, but I'm excited to see how Nord and Ruddy fare up against each other. What I'm most excited about is once we get out of best of ones, because I think winning a best of one is a very, very different skill than winning a best of 3. I think even getting into the best of 5s, you know, it's the ability to adapt, the ability to read, like almost the kind of mini meta, because you almost get like a micro meta that forms within each of the games and within each of the series, and certain champs that maybe have higher priority in these games that wouldn't have higher priority in other games comes up, and it gets so fun. So we'll start to see who the best teams are based on obviously their ability to kind of play these best ofs, because they are it's a whole other beast trying to tackle them.
As soon as we jump into playoffs, tell me, J-Real.
Yeah, I gotta say, shout out to Joker as well. I feel like we didn't talk about too much about the breakdown of the match, but I feel like he's kind of come in, obviously, like last week. Great games last week, continuing it this week. And also what I liked about today was that I kind of had him down as like AP jungler, going for damage, comes in, plays Maokai. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
He has pulled out the tanks, he has pulled out the proactive champions as well. He's a good addition. At least Nords are shining with that one. But hey, if you want to put them on your fantasy league, it's time to do it, because we're about to wrap up the entire split. So go as fast as possible so you can be up for one of these prizes. Steel Cities Apex Pro, TKL, Steel Cities Nova 7, or even Middlecott's mouse. Signed by him and sent by him.
I got one of them as well.
No, but Middlecott
mine's
promised
permanent.
on there.
Middlecott's not. Look,
No, is it? Yeah.
I got my one. I absolutely love this thing. Genuinely, I know they're a sponsor, so it looks like this is a sponsored segment, but I personally am not sponsored by SteelSeries, and I can say this is the best wireless mouse I've ever had. Like,
Trust
I absolutely adore this thing. It's brilliant.
I know Hip Rain. If he would say the truth.
I speak my mind.
Regardless
If it was garbage, I don't care.
Even
about
if he was
sponsors, I would say it.
sponsored, he would speak his mind. So yeah, it's a good mouse. Keep that one in mind. So those are for the fantasy league. So build up your own league and then win it, and maybe you can win something back. But for us, are we winning, son? Because we're talking about those predictions.
Oh,
Let's show it. Oh, guest.
I got 0
Oh
points.
my guest.
Yeah, it's not looking good, bruv. I need two Thunder Lights and a assist token, bruv. Because it's not
He got
the
so
best.
London.
It's not the best, I won't lie. But you know what? I stay true. I stay true to the heart of the NLC Div 2. So I cannot be mad about it. Maybe a little bit, because I wish Free Freshly played Aurelion, so I'll be real. But
yeah.
Apart from that, I'm alright with it. You know, it happens. Swings and roundabouts. You got to play the game to try and win, and it didn't pay off today.
I mean, as a guest, you're not allowed to be salty about mad about it. Just salty, man. You know, it happens. It happens. Hey, by the way, Tarek joined as a guest, and he got 2 perfect days. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but Torok is the GOAT though. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, giving him too much credit. Nah, you lost.
How can you be known by just saying your name in chat? Like, he just types Torok, and then the chat will just Torok up. You know, like it's.
You know what?
That guy's a GOAT in the NLC.
That guy's a GOAT.
He is.
Yes.
He really is.
Let's understand if you're the GOAT in terms of standings. Oh boy.
God.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh.
Foxy's on 0 points. He's
Come
just started
on.
fresh. It's a
We
clean slate.
made an agreement not to go negative, Fox.
He's not. He's in
getting
his defense.
really close.
He's not negative right now.
Give him
What
time.
I'm saying is, I've kept us 4th. I've not let us fall or go higher, but I kept us consistent.
No,
You've got
you
the
don't
guest type
understand.
Duckling, and that is bad enough in its own right.
Exactly, that's the
But
issue.
also Archeron, like,
Yeah, what's up?
we're tied. We're tied, brother.
No, you don't understand this. I'm the
I've
host,
just gone
so I
up
have,
though.
yeah, I have to be in the middle. I'm the host. I have to be in the middle, you know? I have to separate the play-by-plays from the analysts, and somehow this season is really weird because they're trying initialize. I don't understand
All
what's
right,
happening.
hold on. I'm coming in to defend myself here because a lot of you lot, even you, Archer, you're new. You're new in my eyes. I've been here since day one. I have been here since UKLC. I've been here since the UK Premiership. Back in the day, I was the GOAT for predictions. I used to get it perfect. I was giving you lot all hope. I was pretending to be bad. I was letting the newbies come in and have their lovely little time. Playtime's over. I'm here to show up and kill it in predictions.
How long
Don't
have you been
forget
here,
who
Del?
I am. I am granddad at this place now. This is
How
this
long
is
have
my
you been
house.
here? How long have you been on this league? Yeah.
Well, so NLC since it formed.
Yeah.
The UK scene, which is now an attachment to NLC, 8 years, 9
Man,
maybe,
and you're
time.
you're still terrible at making predictions. So
No, that's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm just letting you
in.
know. I'm letting you lot know. We gotta end the show. So final remarks. This is the game for tomorrow. We're gonna start with DMG versus Verdant. Venom Crest will take on Nord. That's going to be a spicy one. LLS versus Blue Whites after the first victory, and then we're gonna finish it up versus Nativz and Ruddy. Ruddy already locked in for playoffs. Let's see if Nord and Ruddy will be able to dictate their seed tomorrow. Well, you have to wait and see it. But until then, J-Real, final words.
It's been great. I've loved it. NLC Div 1, it's been a banger. Thank you very much, Hipran. Thank you very much, Archeron, for taking me through the desk with me today. It's been a banger. It's been great. If you want to catch more action after Div 1's finished, Div 2's on Thursdays and Fridays, so make sure you tune in. By the end of the day, yeah, it's been a banger. And we'd love to come back.
Granddad, final words.
I love you, Gerald. You done amazing, mate. You done real good.
You did.
Love having you on it. You might have been the worst in predictions, but you've been the closest to my heart of the guests.
Let's go.
By the way, you were the only guest he worked with. I'm just letting you know.
No, I worked with oh no, this is bad. I've forgotten his name. Oh,
Lovely.
I can't
There
say.
you go. He
I
doesn't
have worked
even
with another
know.
guest, but I forgot their name.
Wow. Hey, we'll watch the VODs. If you want to watch the VODs, follow us on every single social media. Until then, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Probably Hipran will know that name by tomorrow. And until then, keep climbing, never stop. I'll see you soon. Come on, Hipran. You gotta know people name.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.